Tell Jerry hello.
Jerry, hello, King.
What's up, people? Oh, shit. I can hear myself. Okay, I fixed it. Welcome back. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? What's up, Ryan? And welcome back, Jerry, as well. Who was here before. Before I even started, I think. Hope you all are doing well. Scarbs? Oh boy. What's up, Momentum? Welcome back. Probably China, and then like maybe I want to say Bangladesh, but Scars is kind of specific. I don't know. I don't know specifically Scars. Before we get to this, Mandami Slim Chicken, your active Instagram vid. It's short. Oh boy. How many people am I killing right now by not donating to children in Africa? Listen, this is such a stupid view, and if you want to join VC, talk about it, easy money. You we can. Everyone recognizes that like there's a Peter Singer get the example, like the drowning child analogy. I'm assuming most of you guys know what that is, and like there's another famous paper, I forget the author or whatever. I think it's called like sometimes there's nothing wrong with like not saving a drowning child. It posits like, you know, if you were you exist in a world like just full of drowning children, like wherever, you know, whatever you walked to and from work, there'd be like 100 drowning children that you would have to continually like pick up and ruin your $5,000 suit or $5,000 watch or whatever to do, right? Like maybe you don't have a, you know, in that world, you don't have an obligation to save literally every drowning child, right? But the answer is not zero, right? The answer is not zero. The answer cannot be we have zero obligations to give foreign aid to people in Africa, right? The answer cannot be zero. It's not zero. No moral framework should get you to zero. I think that's a crazy position. Plus you should. Oh yeah, I think I remember that paper was a 2015, 2016 paper. I remember the name of it, so I bet I could find it. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with letting a child drown. This, yeah. And like certainly, like I can fault Elon Musk for in fucking big balls for dismantling USAID in the way they did.
Useless.
I'm assuming you don't want to cut their heads off. You want to
Oh boy, I feel like I've seen this video, have I not?
tax them out of existence.
No, at this point, I'd like to tax them out of existence.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen this video.
I think that's a
But
better
won't they
option.
just move? Like, won't they just go somewhere else?
But what are they taking with them?
Well, they have all that money, right?
Yeah.
I do.
But where are they going to? What are they putting it into?
I do
Well,
it.
And then the employees would be out of work.
They can go to like many other countries in the world.
Yeah,
People say, yeah,
I remember this, because they're all fucking Australian or whatever. I remember watching the original video of this. Yeah, I don't know. I was frustrated the whole time, because I feel like even a capitalist did not do that well. What's up, Scooby Doo? But it's strictly based on your personal biases and prejudice, and not sound reasoning. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, welcome to the stream and thanks for following. But I don't think that's true. I'm appealing to, I think, an intuition that everyone kind of shares, right? You can, like, people can have different views on both, like, normative, the normative ethical theories and, like, the meta-ethical theories. You can be a realist or an anti-realist. You can be a consequentialist or deontologist, right? Basically, no one, not many people think the answer to that is zero. Naturally, I digress, but the metrics prove otherwise. What? I don't know what I mean by that. You also claim that Europe and Africa are killing children by not replacing said funding. What do you think my claim? Easy money, if you want to join VC, you can. What do you think my claims are with regards to this or whatever? Does Europe and also have some obligation to other countries? Yeah. To my knowledge, Europe typically gives, I don't know if it's as effective or anything. To my knowledge, Europe gives roughly the same or more as a percent of GDP, right? in terms of foreign aid. But my claim is, like, more specifically with regards to USAID or whatever, Doge, Elon Musk, these people are at fault. They share blame for dismantling USAID in the way they did, which will lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, not millions of people, right? That is my claim. Do other people also have some obligation to donate? Like, yeah, obviously, I think everyone should be donating more than money to a bunch of effective causes. But I don't think that changes my initial claim. Silver habit, most breeders would tell you that breed is fairly docile. Sometimes it's better to hold than sell its widespread. What are we on about right now? The wealth inequality, but from Australians.
Yeah.
you can come here and pay taxes here on the proviso that you make an investment here or whatever it is.
Which is
And
why it's
so
not
that-
good enough to just tax it. We need to expropriate the wealth.
You could
So
do an
you
exit
wanna-
tax.
We just need to expropriate. Oh. What's the, hold on, we'll get to it in a second. Let's finish this out. I'm gonna guess, like, Indonesia. I bet it's some other Southeast Asian countries. Fuck. Is Scoop Dog watching a different stream right now? What is it? What is bro on about? Malaysia. I bet it's fucking Germany and Italy and some shit. Actually, I'm gonna guess Italy. I bet Italy has some. That's not Italy. Goddamn, Italy, France, India. I would have guessed eventually. Goddamn, UK would not have guessed. My brother, another me. Not true. Inaccurate. Inaccurate. What's up, Isaac? Why did we have to drop that pass? It would have set up the first. What is bro? What? I'm so confused. $6 billion. Gold, diamonds, petroleum, radioactive chemicals. Chad. Actually, I don't think it's Chad. I don't think Chad is fish. Or radioactive chemicals. You and Pentuppa randomly come back at the same time. Oh, I didn't know Pentuppa. Hasn't Pentuppa been back? Hasn't he? I know he took a break when he got disengaged, right? I think his fiance dumped him or whatever. I know what truly happened. Y'all had a romantic getaway. That's true. How do you know? If I was president, I would create partnerships with these countries to create stable institutions, favorable. Yeah, everyone, no one, like, I don't think anyone disagrees that if you could do that, if you just could create the institutions to do that, that'd be good. And it'd be preferable to do that as opposed to like just giving aid. It's just a lot harder to do that than to give aid. We don't even know, like, I mean, I'm sure you know this or whatever, but it's hard to even know, like, what actually contributes the most to developing of certain countries. Like, development economics is not, there's no consensus there. There's consensus about, like, certain policy things. I mean, even like the favorable free trade agreements, it's not even quite consensus there, because there are some people who, there are the Han, what's his name? Han Ju Chang or whatever. The guy who wrote Bad Samaritans, the guy who's like a development economist, he's like pro-industrial policy in a lot of places or whatever. Not even quite consensus there. I really don't know. The fishes and the radioactive chemicals are throwing me off, bro. Rwanda. Fuck. Botswana. Fuck. Oh shit. Directly east of Botswana. Angola? Zambia? We know, but you aren't allowed to say it? Say what? God damn it. Angola. Oh, fuck me. There's no way it's just South Africa, right? Actually, that might make sense. What country am I forgetting about here? What? Lesotho? Nambia. Oh, fuck. I might be confusing Nambia and Zambia. Where's Zambia? Yeah, fuck. Damn it. I was thinking, or Namibia, I think is how you pronounce it. I was thinking, this was fucking Zambia. Whoops. Non-fun racist confirmed. Okay, real quick, we're gonna play one or two of these or whatever. We'll do Norway and France at least. Wheat gluten. Feel like France probably does that. Norway's kind of cold. Obviously, Norway's got the gas. Norway's got the fish. France probably has the beauty products, but I'm not certain. All right, non-fillet fresh fish has got to be Norway too. Overall trade balance. I'm gonna guess Norway just because I bet oil is a significant contributor to the trade surplus that they would have with France at least. I don't know if they have a surplus overall. Goated. See, I strategically chose that one because I knew it was going to be easy. Broadcasting equipment. Oh, I feel like probably New Zealand. Fuck. $30? Are you kidding me? They sold like one camera. They sold one camera. Wool. New Zealand's got sheep, right? Yeah. Dairy machinery. I feel like probably New Zealand. I could see it being Iran. Centrifuges. Probably Iran, right? Yeah. forging machines. Sounds like something Iran make. I'm gonna guess Iran is the overall trade balance. Yes, see, easy. Okay. Okay. Many things have happened. Many things. One or two things to chat about. Firstly, I don't. Thank you, Microsoft Edge. Literally, how is that even happening? Are Republicans like autistic? If you feel like if you listen to this clip, it's so clear. It's so clear what he's gonna, like, he's about to undercut the monstrous people thing.
I have to work with folks who have passed these policies that threaten the existence of people that I love. Now, they don't threaten my existence for the most part, but they threaten the existence of my friends, my loved ones. And when I got,
like, it's pretty, that obviously, I think it's just a statement about anti-trans legislation. That seems pretty clearly to be what he's talking about.
elected, I went searching for those monsters. Right, I got elected to the state house as a guy. I'm ready to find these monstrous people who passed these, the show me your papers legislation, right? The bathroom bill.
Is it not like so clear from his cadence there that like he's about to say like, but I didn't find them or whatever?
Monsters, right.
And I found the clip of it. That is indeed, unsurprisingly, like what he says. I can't believe, and it's from it's so crazy to say new. It's from a 2021 podcast that's like public and stuff. It's not like some leaked clip. I think America has an obligation to give aid to Africa, but I think targeted aid is welfare enhancing, so I support it. I don't know exactly what you mean by obligation there then. I think I understand my exact views on obligations might be a little weird, but like I think most people, there are definitely things that you can consider like morally virtuous or whatever that you don't believe you have an obligation to do necessarily. But I mean, I'm primarily concerned about whether people support it and whether like they fault the people who got rid of it in a very brazen way.
It's like a big, something I struggled with my first term was how they could, vote this way on the floor and then turn around and be so personally decent, right? And the only way, and instead of kind of decided to make them my enemy, and I tried my best to love them the best way I knew how, and I tried to understand them, right? As the natural result of that love was try to understand.
Like, it's so crazy. Like, if you know who Tallarico is, there are plenty of like populist slop things Tallarico does or whatever that I don't like about him. Like, it was just so obvious that is what he was going to say. And it's like it's not even that uncommon of like a sentiment amongst politicians, right? Like, I feel like, and go digging for other clips or whatever, but a lot of politicians have said something along the lines of, before I got elected, I thought these people were so evil, or before I ran my campaign, I thought these people are all dumb idiots and horribly immoral. But then I just found out they just have disagreements. They just have these concerns, some of which are valid. Yeah. What's up with this Zohran stuff? I just know a lot of communists and socialists were celebrating what's going on. Basically, the kind of two things, I guess. But the rent freeze passed, the whatever board, the rent board they have there. One of the people, I didn't know this guy works at the Manhattan Institute, is on the fucking board, the rent guidelines board, which is like for the rent stabilized apartments New York has. They're the ones who vote about how much landlords can be allowed to increase rent on the rent stabilized apartments. I didn't know this guy was on the board, but he was the one. It was like 7-1. He's the lone dissenting vote. And then there's like a second thing that's tangentially related to Zohran, I guess, which is that he like endorsed what's her name? He he endorsed a Democratic candidate who is like a crazy progressive, and she has like a bunch of like old tweets that are like very, very much like very, very much kind of extreme pro-Palestine type left person. Tweets of that nature. You can imagine what they would be like. Remember when people were saying that they wouldn't let Zohran pass such a policy and thus shouldn't be worried about it? Ugh. It's over. I thought people were... It was my impression that the rent freeze was always semi-likely to get through because he just needs this board's approval. He doesn't need state approval. It's like some of the taxes that he needs like state approval for. You said you would have voted for Zohran, correct? What do you say to older renters, I'm assuming, who will face upward pressure on the rents because of you? I don't know how strongly I said I would or wouldn't vote for Zohran. I don't remember or whatever. I obviously knew of his rent stabilized policy. Like, I would just say, like, any candidate is, like, going to be a compromise or whatever. I think it's somewhat of a silly game to just say, like, well, what do you say to the people who face the negative consequences? It's like, okay, well, like, I'm more just basing my vote based on, like, what I think is, like, best overall or whatever. I don't think I might have said at some point I would vote for Zohran. I remember being, like, semi-indifferent about it. I was never, like, strongly against voting for Zohran. But, like, most of the critiques of, like, Cuomo or whatever, I'm pretty sure what I said, if I went back and searched, also, what's up, Finger? Welcome back, is that, like, Cuomo obviously has, like, some big character failings. And, like, that is something that I think is, like, worth considering. And the rest of the policy I was uncertain about. I don't know if I said anything stronger than that, but I might have. This is why you need more DSA members on a team to rush the socialist utopia where all human capital is sufficiently utilized. You're pretty strong, if I remember correctly, vote blue no matter who, right? But I wouldn't apply that to, like, local elections where the choice is between blue and technically independent, but also blue, right? Like, I don't think I ever said vote no matter who with regards to Zohran. I remember saying, like, I think Cuomo's just like he seems to be a pretty personally bad dude. Yeah, I didn't know this dude. I think he works for or he might not work for the Manhattan Institute. I thought he did. Never mind. Where he's written pieces. Oh, no, he is a senior fellow. I'm right. Never doubt me. He doesn't have it in his bio. I don't know. He was on the board for this vote or whatever. What's the name of the girl who is Zohran endorsed and who has all the cringe tweets? Let's look up New York. She's a Democrat. You can have one or two things. Kings. A good family man who is always kind, mature, and respectful. His policies reduce. These are, yes, considerations that I weigh against each other. I think what I said about Cuomo, and I'm not certain, maybe I don't remember, is that Cuomo seems like a pretty personally bad dude, and that is worth consideration. And I don't know enough about his other policies. I don't know how substantially they are different from Zohran. I know he doesn't support, like, the rent freeze. I know he doesn't support some of the tax increases Zohran wants to do, but I don't know about the rest of them. Policies reduce GDP growth to 1% and double crime rates. A cannibal who eats condemned. I agree. There are people. I would vote for Jeffrey Epstein if he, was would double GDP growth and give everyone free and efficient and high quality healthcare. I agree. Yes, these are things you weigh against each other. I don't believe those were your words, but you did give me a reason why he would still ultimately be better than the icky, nasty, gross Republican. Well, I mean, Sliwa, barely a Republican, right? I don't even think, like, it was fucking New York City. I don't remember saying anything about Sela. Why is the Rubin report the first thing that fucking comes up? Is this this girl? Daria Liza? Is that how you pronounce that? I have no clue how to pronounce it. Chevalier? I think Zohran endorsed this girl, and then a little bit after he did, there were like a bunch of crazy, or might have been before, I don't know, before he endorsed her, there was it was revealed that she just has some crazy old tweets. Dams, I don't remember. Reps, I never heard that. I'm just saying, honestly, I don't remember what I said about Cuomo. It's possible that I did say I was over him. It wouldn't surprise me if I did. But it's like, I honestly don't remember. Cue the Cohen, people in the EU are super wise quote. What's going on with the fucking EU and air conditioners, by the way? I saw a Twitter discourse about that again. The post was in response to Harris's suggested migrants not to try to cross the border. She wrote, I have nuance to add. Explicitive Kamala Harris. She also called Joe Biden a rapist in April 2020. Oh boy. Can't get away with anything anymore. Cancel culture gone too far. She did not denounce any individual message she had written. She voted for Ms. Harris in 2024, despite concerns about her candidacy, and she ruled so much its focus is being directed to her social media posts rather than the issues core to her campaign. Oh, we got the Richard Anania tweet in it. Call for abolishing the police. Yeah, she's very much like an online lefty Twitter person. Abolishing the police, prisons, and borders. Last one's based. Let's go. She clarified her position in defunding the police by writing that her vision means ending police funding full stop, period. No more police ever. Retweeted posting, yes, literally abolish your border base and all deportations are wrong base. She called the U.S. a fucking disgrace, referred to the U.S. as occupied Native American land, and joked about wiping her dirty hands on the American flag. She wrote favorably about communism, wrote seize the means of reduction, called for nationalizing utilities, pharmaceutical companies, and seizing all properties from landlords, and wrote that the pyromania associated with anarchism is very intriguing to me. Called Joe Biden a rapist and a war criminal, that's not surprising, and said she wouldn't vote for him, said fuck Kamala Harris, and criticized Bernie Sanders and AOC for being too pro-Israel. She retweeted a posting, Israel doesn't exist. She wrote that black and Arab men, yeah, I saw this one, fetishize ugly colonizer woman. I've been trying to push you away from the leopard face eaters, but you defensively support them because they're on your side. I saw what happened to my people. Fair is fair, but feels bad, man. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. These, I feel like I argue a lot with a lot of the socialist type people. Feel like quite obviously this girl's bad, but I don't know what you want me to say. Suboptimal. Says that she has grown considerably since those tweets. She also hilariously accused her opponents of relitigating social media past from half a decade ago. Yeah, you can remember as far back as half a decade. Half a decade is the early 2020s and mostly forgotten black and white era, so integrated. Many of us had slightly different haircuts, and our around the house jeans were still out on the town jeans. Wait, what's this, Substacks? This is just whatever Richard Anania linked, I can send it in. There was chat. To debate someone who would vote for a hacking MAGA Republican over her. How many people are there out there like that? I just think it's very important that we get the House and hopefully the Senate as well, just because there needs to be. I mean, one, it lets you block certain legislation, like it'll probably let you block the war in Iran, for example, because you could do a what's it called? Rescind the authorization for military force or whatever and such after 60 days. And you can do investigations. You should even if Trump is going to pardon people, which he almost certainly will pardon some people who are subpoenaed or whatever for certain House investigations and such. I think there just needs to be I at least want a public record of things that happened. I want the House to be able to just subpoena a bunch of documents from Doge people and just have that all in a public record, have it all in a big report. And if Trump pardons some people involved with it or whatever, it's sucks, but at least there's a public record about it and it becomes a talking point for Democrats and hopefully discourages future wrongdoing to some extent. God kill me. So would you vote for her over a MAGA Republican? Probably. Over anyone else? Probably not. I saw this. I think I have this bookmarked. To be able to destroy good conscience, to be able to behave badly and call your bad behavior righteous indignation. This is the height of psychological luxury. The most delicious of moral treats. At least your cause is righteous. Jesus Christ? I just think that I didn't know you were this far gone. What the fuck is she gonna what the fuck is she gonna do, bro? I don't know. Yeah, she seems like a crazy person. MAGA Republicans are also crazy. At least I think she'll vote for many of things that I think are good. For example, it's mentioned any type of investigations into people or whatever. I don't like that. The certain behaviors that you kind of promote or find implicitly acceptable when you vote for people who've done bad things like that or whatever, or who have certain types of rhetoric. Right? I don't like voting for populists because I don't like the rhetoric. I don't like the way it encourages people to think and stuff. But I'm just not. MAGA Republicans also have all those issues. Was the Tea Party the dominant part of the GOP in the 2000s? My understanding is that the Tea Party was never dominant. Am I mistaken in that? My understanding is they're always a pretty small segment. Exactly, but they lead the way to MAGA. Yeah, I don't like. That's why I said like I said, I don't like that it does that. I don't like that populist on both sides do that, right? But it is just a lesser two-wheeled thing, in my opinion. What are they going to do as the excuse when it comes to what I'm saying there? Obviously, I recognize that there are consequences there, and I literally listed what I think the consequences are. I said I don't like voting for these types of people because there are certain behaviors you encourage you completely find acceptable. I don't like that. What I'm saying when I say what are they going to do is there's when it comes to actual legislation, it's not like they're not going to be able to even block arms to Israel, right? They're not going to be able to do even something of that nature, much less something wacky, crazy, or whatever. But I just view blocking a lot of Trump's agenda, doing investigations, making reports into the corruption that I think Trump is doing right now. I don't think that is more important than like than like trying to with one person or a few people, if you want to lump in some of the other popular, like Graham Plattner and who else is like El Said or whatever his name is. I don't think that their marginal effects there are that big, but I think they do have much bigger marginal effects when it comes to being an extra vote in the House or being an extra vote in the Senate. Like the marginal effects there are just a lot bigger than voting for them. Lefties can admit their policies are shit. I know. You get that I'm establishment rightoid, right? Yeah, I know. I don't want us to fall apart. Me either. But I think there's probably more harm done to the establishment. Like MAGA populists all hate the establishment, and I think they are enabling the president in charge right now in destroying the establishment and destroying the independence of like a billion different executive agencies. Right? That's bad. It's very bad. And I think, in my opinion, it seems probable that the same types of things are not likely with Democratic populist people. I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken there. It seems likely they're not going to be as bad with regards to the independence of the Federal Reserve, the independence of a bunch of different executive branch agencies, stuff of that nature. What's up north? We had a problem with viewer stats. Also, are you not pink and red enough? What have you done to that background, mate? What? I just put... What do you mean, what have I done? It's basically what it normally is. I think it's a different color pink than I have sometimes. By standards, I should not support you even. After all, you are aiding the communies. I don't think that's the case. The question was against a MAGA Republican. If there was a like normal Republican... If there's like a pre-Trump era Republican, which is hard to come by nowadays, I think you should probably vote for them over the crazy, insane Twitter lefty progressive girl or whatever. But that's just gonna be like is there a place in the Republican Party for people who are gonna vote for investigations into people in the executive branch, into Elon Musk? You're talking about the New York lady, the crazy DSA person? Yeah. Cassie doesn't seem like an honest person, not gonna lie. I think she said she was open to debating or whatever at one point, because I remember when I was on vacation, I think she tweeted, yeah, how do I convince EAs to become socialist or whatever? I'm on a Rick panel right now. Hell, BRB. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping by while you're in a WIC panel. That's commitment. Is there a place? I'd reckon stacks of places. I'm also a debate pervert, though. I feel like I speak I speak a mutually intelligible dialect with them. So she might be willing to debate or whatever. I remember this discourse. I bookmarked this tweet, but I've not read it. Is she a debater? She might bring up all the wealth inequality memes, I'm not gonna lie. Oh boy. I should be against you since you support threatening my family's livelihood by being against prisons and police. I don't think that she is going to have anywhere close to an effect on that type of policy that's going to come close to affecting your livelihood. I don't even know if that's a position she holds anymore. I bet she is like, well to the left to be on that still. But I doubt, even if she won't like fully condemn an interview or whatever, I doubt that she has the position that she literally wants to abolish police and such anymore, right? Like I said, I just think it's like a much more, like the marginal impact they're going to have on those types of things is just like a lot lower than a marginal impact they're going to have as like a Democratic vote in the House and or the Senate, if we're talking about some of the senators. I guess Graham Plattner is the only like crazy senator running right now, right? And you will cave to her in what? Because communies are secretly better than you. Communies are secretly better. If they got your utopia, if they got their utopia, that wouldn't be so bad, right? I don't know what you mean by that. Who would you vote for president, DAC or Vance? Each with a blue Congress. I don't know. You are using motivated reasoning, to be fair. We all do, but it is not well reasoned. What's the motivated reasoning? If they had a blue Congress, probably Van. I feel like because if she had a blue Congress, she could probably do like, even if she's moderated her views to some extent, you'd probably just get like the fuck you, single payer healthcare, Green New Deal, insane, crazy shit bill, and it'd just be horrible. But surprised Hegel fan is a socialist. He seems really well informed on philosophy, though. Yeah, I mean, I think Trotsky's pretty informed and such. He's not like a meme socialist dude or whatever the same way. Like, he doesn't engage in the same type of meme stuff that a lot of the online people we make fun of here do. Not so bad, guys. They're just ooh-woo Americans. I'm saying the marginal effect that they're going to have on like policies that I think are bad is just not going to be that big compared to how big I think the marginal impact of them is going to be with regards to being an extra vote in House and the Senate on things that I think are important. Oh, they are leopard face eaters. Okay. All right. Seeing my more libbed up YIMBY friends, just like me for real, upset about the NYC rent freeze, predictably, but the arguments are not good. I like and agree with my many liberal friends when they say, hey, there are trade-offs, let's be honest about them. But the libs subsequently fail almost always to make a persuasive case about why we should always choose the efficiency maximizing resolution to those trade-offs. Restrictive zoning is a bad trade-off. It costs us new housing, and what we get in exchange is also bad. Concentration of wealth, segregation, car-dependent, single-family neighborhoods are the benefits in the eyes of the people advocating for that kind of zoning, and those things suck. That's why I always defend maximal upzoning. But while we're at it, will you take back the union people? Will you take the union people back, please? I prefer your teams being the bleeding hearts. I don't want the union people back. I don't want the union people back. I don't want them back for several reasons. Like, I don't want them back both because I just don't think unions have a good effect on public policy most of the time. And because they don't even, like, actually support the fucking Democrats. Half of them supported all Trump's tariffs, and they don't care that, you know, Biden bailed out the pension fund. They still, there's no loyalty there. So I don't even think they're, like, good political allies. But do you have an opinion about questions that are posed simply to guide an audience? Also, why are they obviously terrible? I don't know. They're obviously terrible. Not obvious they're terrible. I don't want my party to be a higher minimum wage party. Barf. You guys, well, get ready for James Fishback and some of the other populist Republican dudes. They're coming. They're coming. Environmental review is a trade-off that might seem appealing in principle, but in reality it's implemented as a gigantic drag in the construction without delivering meaningful environmental benefit. In fact, by hampering infill density, it has actually made environmental harm worse in many ways. Bad trade-off. But rent control is different. It offers stability and housing for residents, which is a genuine good. People really dislike feeling precarious in their ability to secure shelter, and rightly so. Shelter is actually a real universal human need, and anxiety about its precarity is an avoidable psychological response. If we actually care about hedonic utilitarianism or something like that, this is like an intrinsic and unavoidable source of fear and despair, not fully resolvable simply through increasing output. I don't think it's fully resolvable through rent control either, especially because there are mechanisms by which at least poorly implemented rent control increases evictions, because you see landlords, you know, converting rental units into like condos and owner occupied units or whatever, and a lot of times it involves getting rid of the people in the existing rent controlled apartment. There are, like, obviously there are protection, it differs by city. There are a lot of tenant protections in a lot of cities that do rent control as well, but my pet project isn't so bad, guys. How's that genuinely good? My feelings is not an argument. What do you mean? What about second gen though? I mean, it's not as bad, and I don't think the rent freeze is gonna, be as bad for New York City as bombing it. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be like crazy or anything. It's like definitely not bad, but not fun hates the poor. That's true. What's up, Hannah Barskas? Welcome to the stream. But there are a lot of ways in which the sort of studies find that it does increase evictions for that reason. And then, there's also just like that if you consider the long term, it's not clear that it actually helps this feeling at all in the long term because of the upward pressure it can put on the housing prices overall, especially like the market rate housing stock. If you hamper the construction of new supply. Good to see you're still reading. Not fun. I'll be back in a month when you have the Parasite deeply embedded. Like and subscribe. The trade-off of rent control is that it does dampen new supply to a variable extent, heavily dependent on the specific implementation. There are ways to lessen or increase the cost of this trade-off, and they may or may not correspond substantially to the benefit gotten in exchange: stability in housing, access for rent-controlled tenants, freedom from the innate human fear of the loss of the home. I just feel like we have evidence on it that suggests that the welfare effect is negative. It's hard to like actually get the full welfare effect because that involves more than just looking at the how much it dampens your supply. Poor people driving out of NYC is good. Reallocating housing to higher income. Well, I think it's it's a second best solution, probably, right? It is good that oh, thanks for the member.
Janny Duty calls. You can pause stream till Ryan's stream ends. Folded hands emoji.
Oh boy, will do. I appreciate you becoming a member, Chipingo, for 9 months. Janny Duty. What's it saying? Oh, it's the second best solution because, it's good that, the spaces in New York are reserved for those who are most productive, higher income, more economic growth, have higher agglomeration effects, probably, right? But ideally, you would have enough, the housing supply would respond to the demand in such a way that would allow more people to live there, even if some poor people are still going to be displaced in destinations that are desirable. But periodic reminder that if you live in New York and you're not being actively subsidized by the government, you're a bit of a sucker. Well, true. I mean, I don't know how. I imagine New York City has pretty robust welfare states or whatever, and I know that rich people would go to some length to avoid technically living in New York City. 60% NYC gets Medicaid. If you live in NYC and aren't primarily subsidized by a taxpayer, there's an objective sense in which you are a sucker. Sorry to say. Well, but what if it's just because you have income high enough that you don't need it and you're not a sucker? And you save your money from more important things like donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project. I mean, you probably tax at a very high rate, I guess, but can I bet on NYC having a large jump in arson in the next few years? I don't know. Maybe there's a poly market for that. There might be. Okay. Even in a healthy private housing market with lots of construction that keeps rents relatively low, that process only looks smooth when zoomed out. In the micro, it involves economic cycles of increasing rent, overbuilding, falling rent, underbuilding, repeat. That's true of any capital intensive. Is capital intensive the right word? Capital constrained, maybe it's the right way. It's true in any market, and maybe housing, it matters more because it's a fundamental human need and such. But any market where you rely on having a large amount of capital investment to do a project that lasts long term, like building a new home or building a new apartment building, where you need a lot of upfront capital to do it, and the building itself lasts 50, 100 years. That's true of anything. That's arguably true of markets where that's not the case either. It's pretty scandalous that there are people who don't move to NYC because they can't afford it, but meanwhile, 1 in 5 New Yorkers live in poverty. Yeah, well, a lot of those are I imagine there are kind of some memes there. I don't know. It could be the case that maybe by the supplemental poverty measure they are in poverty too or whatever. But I would guess that a lot of the like that might be a meme insofar as it's like the official poverty measure or some poverty or some relative poverty measure or whatever. Like the absolute living conditions of people in New York are probably pretty well across the board. But I think there's just people who have some like personal commitment to like staying in New York for whatever reason. I just find it like psychologically important to them, and they don't want to move out when, even though they really should, you know, they're being priced out. They probably should move out. It'd probably be a net benefit for them. But why couldn't maximizing output imply addressing human suffering or human needs or whatever? Yeah, it's weird that I assume she has to understand this point to some extent or whatever, but like obviously basically no one thinks that maximizing output alone is like economic output is a thing that matters in and of itself, but we have reasons for believing why it would probably be good for the things that we do care about. People dislike these cycles for deep and innate reasons in human psychology. We like stability, predictability, and we really like it where it concerns our deep and innate needs, like for shelter. You can't brush that off. Is the point of policy just to always maximize output, or is it to address human suffering and secure human happiness? If the latter, we must pay attention to irrational features of human psychology, like strong preferences for predictability when we craft policy. Well, actually, these are mutually exclusive, I know. Priced out because NYC is progressive. What's up? Don't get involved, by the way. NYC progressive laws should have made everything affordable. Well, they'd probably be priced out sooner, to be fair, absent many of the welfare programs and such that exist in New York. But oh boy, what's the basal response? Okay. Every incentive that says they should stay, your city and state are being governed by Democrats. What I mean, like, I think you probably kind of clearly agree. I recognize that Democrats are going to be for welfare state. They have some incentive to stay there because they can stay there because of the expensive welfare benefits or whatever, like I was saying earlier. But what I mean by that is like you clearly recognize many of them would probably be made better off, at least in a financial sense, by moving. The most basic core principle of economics is price fixing doesn't work. Well, they teach you this before you even get into a classroom. They didn't do that to me. Don't you know that actually when there's monopsony in the labor market, that actually a price rate minimum wage can actually increase employment, and actually it's super good and based and true. Another thing, price collusion also happens. They were using an algorithm to raise everyone's rent. I'm talking about when I'm like familiar with some of those things, where there are algorithms that the housing companies use or whatever, and there's some types of like implicit collusion that can happen there. A lot of times it's not even, when they use algorithms or whatever, it's not even intentional. I don't know how big a deal that is in the housing market overall. I've heard stories about it, like from More Perfect Union, but I'd be skeptical. Bill's argument doesn't actually seem to apply in the existing housing market, which is a dual market of non-rent controlled units. Oh wait, I haven't actually read the argument yet, but yeah. My thoughts, prereqs. To be fair, she obviously is referring to NYC here or whatever, but she's making a more general argument for rent control. Prereqs. There's not enough housing in NYC. If full housing is frozen forever, there would be millions of people who didn't get to move to NYC. 2, incentives exist on the margins where housing is less profitable. They would build less housing. 3, landlords only put houses on a market when there's net profit. Otherwise, they would keep it vacant. Where's the deducing this from human action and the law of identity? Where's the okay, argument 1, this rent freeze affects new construction. This lowers expected profits, and so they would build less housing. 2, if this rent freeze continues forever, eventually there will be no net profit, and these will become vacant. It's easy to imagine a future where the wait list for rent-controlled housing is decades long. No one moved from their original apartments, and hundreds of thousands of units are in disrepair off the market. I'm not sure this is a better future than our current one. My understanding is that How do I pronounce this? I know this girl. We're mutuals. Rent freeze applies to about 1 million rent-stabilized apartments, most of which are built pre-1980. That would only apply to a subset of new starts that would already have been subject to second-gen style controls. I can't see the effect being. I don't think the effect of this specific rent freeze is going to be like that large, to be clear. But the incredible amount of buildable, empty, and undeveloped land in NYC the private market could build in. Doubt the rent-controlled units remove much supply from NYC. Still, my everybody's perfect. True. I don't actually think the like effects of Mondami's rent freeze is going to be like that catastrophic or that big. I think it's probably still likely to be net bad. But I agree. The effects of second-gen rent control are like not as bad as first-gen rent controls. To the extent like there's underdeveloped land or whatever. The issue there a lot of times is just that there are even actually the stabilized units themselves. I don't know exactly how it works in NYC, but sometimes even that can kind of act as like an implicit tax when you essentially mandate or give incentives for. I believe there are tax breaks for building certain market rate housings, or like you get a tax break if a certain number of your apartments or whatever are like rent stabilized in New York City. So to the extent there are kind of barriers in the forms of like zoning laws, in the forms of environmental review, union labor requirements, or like local company labor construction requirements and such, and even the rent stabilized apartments, insofar as you incentivize and mandate that can also act as an implicit tax on utilizing land more effectively. I think even that guy from earlier mentioned some of the things. Kazi takes on IQ. Is also kind of met as well. She basically just copy and pasted what Gusev says and acts like she's something mind-blowing when that's been on IQ discourse on Twitter for years. Oh boy. To be clear, this is moving second-gen rent controls over to first-gen. I don't think it would be. Maybe I have a different understanding of second-gen rent control or whatever. I think it's still probably. It's closer to first-gen rent control in the sense that it is like a cap. It is a freeze, right, or whatever. But it's on a subset of already rent controlled housing, and like it's not conventionally what I understand first-gen rent control to be is like a cap on a broad base of housing, maybe not literally all housing or whatever, but like a broad base of housing or rent in a city. And this is like not quite that. I read this earlier when I had just woken up, and he mentioned some of the issue, like he's mentioning the empirical evidence here or whatever, but a lot of some of this is on second-gen rent control. It's not going to be, you're not going to see the exact same effects here because it's not as, like, I don't think it's as broad-based even as the San Francisco case. Most immediate effect of a rent freeze appears in maintenance and building quality. Around 10% of rent stabilized buildings currently have net negative operating income, meaning the operating costs exceed the revenues. Housing violations, one indication of poor buildings, are also more common in buildings with larger shares of rent stabilized units. I would imagine, like, there might be more controls here or whatever. To be fair, I would imagine there is some heterogeneity issue there, in that obviously probably the older housing stock is more likely to be rent controlled or rent stabilized in the first place. But I think there's better identified evidence on it affecting the quality of housing stock. But widening the gap between market rents and rent stabilized rents, a freeze also reduces the incentive to invest in building quality because tenants have little incentive to leave their existing units and surrender a below market lease. Freezes therefore mean that landlords have fewer resources and less incentive to make improvements. Existing tenants who are fortunate enough to hold stabilized leases benefit, but even that benefit comes at a cost, though it often becomes visible when the circumstances change. For instance, a household that has a child or whose children move out may find it difficult to trade up or down because leaving means surrendering the discount and re-entering a market at much higher rents. The economist Edward Glazer has documented a substantial housing mismatch amongst residents in rent-stabilized units. Tenants remain in apartments that no longer fit their needs, even as the buildings themselves deteriorate. The larger costs, however, are borne by outsiders. The combination of rent freeze and vacancy controls can make it financially unviable for landlords to rehabilitate vacant apartments and return them to the market. The State Division of Housing and community renewal estimates that as many as 57,000 rent stabilized units are currently vacant, which, to be fair, it's just like a lot compared to vacant units that aren't rent stabilized. I don't know, but while some of these housing units are surely in a transitional state, the number points to deeper problems with the underlying economics of maintaining such units in a city. This is, I think, what I was thinking about earlier. Tax abatement programs such as 485X provide property tax relief in exchange for affordability requirements, including the designation of some apartments as rent stabilized. If these new units are also subject to rent freezes, this worsens the economics of building construction in ways that could make some projects impossible to finance. The long-term condition of rent-stabilized buildings is even more troubling. One part of the stabilized stock consists of mixed buildings with above market rate and regulated apartments. These properties may be able to absorb a rent freeze through revenues from their market rate units, but a large share of the stock consists of buildings that are predominantly or entirely rent-stabilized. These buildings have few ways to increase revenue beyond adjustments allowed by the rent guidelines forward. Net welfare enhancing. It seems like the rent controlled absolutely fit their needs, the need of discretionary income, or net welfare inducing. I don't know what you think is implying it's net welfare inducing. But it is that it'll be a hard cap for the rest of Mondami's mayoralty. Like I said, maybe I just have first gen versus second gen rent control. It's just on a pretty narrow sector housing that's already rent stabilized. Strict price ceilings, also known as rent freeze systems, or absolute or first gen rent controls in which no increases in rent are allowed. This is just defining it as what you're defining it as, I guess. That's fair. Authors said that they're stuck in units that don't fit their needs because of losing the rent controlled expense. But it's not like when you say welfare, it might be like individually they can be making a rational decision there. That's fine to say, but it doesn't on the not macro as in macro, but we consider the overall welfare of people in the city / people who want to move to the city. That's probably not net welfare inducing, because those people are over consuming and or in some cases under consuming housing. The housing stock is not being allocated efficiently. Okay, I don't know what this is either, but I saw fucking bullshit about it. Oh no.
It's time for a national billionaires tax.
Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh, national billionaires tax. Oh boy.
In a new social contract. Think about this, just 10% of people in this country own 2/3.
Whoa. Whoa. Only when you exclude Social Security and other, Democrat-supported welfare benefits.
Year-old, for the first time in American history, is not doing better than his or her parents.
I don't believe that's true. You want to UKify my US. I won't let you Democrats do this.
2/3 of the wealth. A 30-year-old, for the first time in American history, is not doing better than his or her parents.
30-year-old. I don't believe that's the case. Intergenerational mobility. San Francisco Fed. I think there's actually an updated version of this paper. And also, hold on, I think I actually have it downloaded, question mark. Haha. Nope, never mind. It's about immigrants. I think it's a 2026 version of this paper. Finished reading the Phil Grant's work 2 days ago, by the way. Didn't read the last chapter. It's good, really good. The Larry Moore paper shows like kids are doing better than their parents. Yeah. I don't have any papers that... Fuck. Wait, do I even need to use... Oh, I don't even think I need to do that. Market income household. Where's our market income individual couple? Because you probably don't want to include households because that can include people living with their parents and such. 30. I don't know. It seems like they're doing better, and then they don't have data on... Are any Gen Z 30 by now? I don't think so, right? Maybe? When did Gen Z start? 1997 or something? I'm right. 1997. Post-tax, post-transfer income, individual couple, Gen Z, millennials, about their parents. Don't know what we're getting that from.
Parents. That's a 5-alarm fire. American wages have stood still, and the cost of...
No.
Across the spectrum, cost of living have skyrocketed. The system is fundamental.
Actually, not really across the spectrum, because it's mostly services, the price of services that have gone up. A lot of goods have gone down.
Fundamentally broken. The federal tax code, the corporate tax code, and the inheritance tax code seem to be written for a different set of Americans. It's time for an economic reset.
People misinterpreting the DC colonizer tweet. It stems from an eternal frustration that white men/women are seen as highly desirable in the dating market, and minority men/women aren't. I have no clue. I don't know what she was trying to say with that tweet. I don't have a lefty translator for that one. Seems possible the terrible housing market combined with increasing market and income inequality leads to more people having real housing strain compared to previous generations. It's only true for the bottom percentiles relative to previous. Is this in relation to your earlier comment, or what Gavin Newsom just said? I can see the case for this. Terrible housing market combined with increasing. It's just that I think a lot of things causing a terrible housing market are, zoning laws, are restrictions on mortgages, mortgage lending, and a lot of the income inequality. Like, my understanding, what the Gav said, okay. My understanding is that, well, maybe I'm wrong on this, most of the cases in which, like, income inequality is, like, somebody responsible for, like, housing costs, it's in large part because it's, like, superstar cities and such. And those are probably just, like, net good overall. Like, I don't know how big a deal it is, like, within, it might be a bigger deal within cities than I think it is or whatever, but, like, a lot of it is probably driven by the fact that, like, yeah, people get offered higher incomes in a lot of cities, and there's kind of a insofar as housing supply can't respond as quickly, which it probably, even if housing loss is never gonna perfectly respond, of course, or anything, but like New York is probably always gonna be more expensive than bumfuck Louisiana. Like you're just gonna see kind of compounding effects there between how productive the people living there are and how much income they get offered to live there and how much they need to be able to afford housing there.
A true minimum tax on billionaires that, well, ensures the people at the very top pay at least the tax rate their own workers pay.
Oh, no.
So should end this tax-free lifestyle loan. This is the...
Oh, no. The buy, borrow, die
gimmick that allows the ultra-wealthy to borrow against their stock portfolios while reporting
my God,
taxable income.
Horrible. Oh, no.
We also have to
they actually report quite a bit of taxable income still. And usually the general income they get is we subsidize Walmart starvation wages. It's coming. Oh, he probably will. Oh boy. A lot of times it's fuck. What was it saying? I got derailed by you. Goddamn.
rewrite those inheritance.
Oh, they're like Jeff Bezos over the course of like 4 years, from like 2018 to 2021, reported like $4 billion in income to the IRS, and it's like that's enough. Obviously, Jeff Bezos has like some crazy, insane stuff that he does with his money or whatever. But like a lot of these people have economic income that's enough to cover the consumption that they do, and therefore most of their like the income actually falls under the existing tax base, and they just don't actually borrow that much of their wealth. I think it's like 4% for the top 1%, including the Forbes 400. What's the paper called? I think it has borrowed, die in the name. Fuck. Oh, there it is. The role of unrealized gains as tax avoidance or whatever. Or top 1% excluding the Forbes 400 because they're not included in the San Francisco financial accounts or whatever. It's 4% of their wealth is being borrowed, I believe. Somewhere they do include some numbers for the top 400. It's just hard to get the exact data on them because they're not included in the surveys that the Federal Reserve does. Gavin Newsom must be looking at Rochetti 2013 or something. He's looking at, I don't know what his staffers are looking at. His staffers are looking at some random meme stuff, bro. This included 400. We do not have 400 borrowing data. Nevertheless, Fox and Let's Go 2024, using SEC disclosures of borrowing against publicly traded stock and other back-of-the-envelope calculations, estimate that Forbes billionaires' existing borrowing is large, about $100 billion, but also that their new borrowing is a small fraction, under 2% of their very large economic incomes. This is consistent with our estimates for rich SCF respondents. Other evidence suggests that a wealthy are not primarily avoiding taxes by unrealized gains. Appendix Table 6 shows that stuff. I don't notice this all included in the Forbes 400, which is the people he's talking about. I think you understand Republicans. Distrust of the experts more when you see every hacking expert call the Gaza war a genocide, when any clear-eyed person can see it isn't. It's not like that. It's not like that obvious to me that it isn't. Typically, it's my position they still aren't committing genocide or whatever, but it's not like, I don't think it's so obvious that like any clear-eyed person can see it's not a genocide. I don't think it's that obvious, and I think there are like genuinely kind of crazy fucked up things Israel does with regards to at certain points in the war blocking aid into Gaza, with regards to the amount of collateral damage that they are willing to accept. Now, the collateral damage thing, in fairness, like, you know, that doesn't like make it a genocide, right? There's different types of intent, and accepting a large amount of collateral damage is not sufficient to get you to genocide. But like clearly, they seem to not care much about the kind of death counts in many of their strikes, and I can see how people interpret that as a systemic thing or whatever that can, in their view, be sufficient for genocide.
Income. We also have to rewrite those inheritance rules so that the largest intergenerational wealth transfer in human history, estimated by...
Well, I have no clue if it's human history. Or chatbots and Han could talk, not fun. Inheritance tax is like it's probably good. I don't know if I would support whatever Gavin Newsom's proposal is going to be. It's probably going to be cringe or whatever. But it's my understanding that it is the case that inheritance tax the effective rate has gone down quite a bit, and it's probably not a horrible tax to do or anything.
Well, be $124 trillion that will be changing hands doesn't lock in a permanent American aristocracy of inherited wealth.
Well,
Time as well to return to the pre-2017 corporate tax rates. And time to close those offshore loopholes.
DVCFT fixes this, or VAT.
Once and for all. And as AI reshapes the country, every American should
Then like 400 people getting arrested in California for fraud.
own a
I don't think I've seen that. Oh, I think I've seen Twitter stuff about fucking this stuff, but I never know it's real. Nick Shirley wins again. Nick Shirley is like, I don't give Nick Shirley credit for anything. He's not an honest person. There's no like actual, he's not like a serious journalist, or he doesn't have serious good intentions, I don't think. He fails to understand basic concepts. It is a failure that we let this dude have any type of notability in society at all. Nick Shirley derangement syndrome, everything he says is just like retarded. He like doesn't understand why medical facilities are close together. Like he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand hotelling's model of spatial competition. But like, it's crazy that he's like, oh, like if you are really trying to compete, why are all these doctors in the same office? Wouldn't you want to spread out so you could, not have to compete with doctors right across the door from you? Like the whole situation with even the Quality Leering Center or whatever, where he's showing up at 2 p.m. asking people to look at their children. Thanks, Elijah, or not, for the follow. He's just like not a serious. It's not that there aren't like problems with fraud, especially in like democratic states like California or whatever, for some things, especially Medicare. My understanding is Medicare has kind of been long recognized as there's quite a bit of provider fraud at the very least. But like, it's just like everything he does is so dishonest. He should not get any credit for any of that stuff. Next, surely it's like, why is there Home Depot and Lowe's always together? Curious, I know. Are you a Jew, LMAO? It's a joke. I am, in fact, not Jewish.
piece of the future it builds through a national public equity fund. Trickle down.
Wow, what is that? Just a sovereign wealth fund?
Oh,
big nose. I do have a big nose, but you know what they say about big noses? Good for smelling shit and discharge. Hold on, I gotta find that Instagram reel. That's a really funny Instagram reel. Oh fuck, did I save it? I don't know if I saved it. Oh damn. Past decade is really an exercise of the experts, trustworthy opinions clashing with normal people's intuitions when it comes to policing, gender, medicine, and race. The biggest trope in education follows the format. Regular working class people believe this obvious point, which is why disbelieving this obvious point is a mark of the social elite. If you like smelling hist, move to California or India. I'll consider it. I don't think I can find. Fuck, I can't find the funny reel. That's unfortunate. I don't think Instagram lets you look at your likes on. More people are kind of R-worded. This is true. To be clear, also, you know what's funny? Easy money. Don't you literally agree that like most normal people are kind of retarded and are kind of, and maybe you don't think many of the experts he can't say retarded. I think it's YouTube chat censors a lot of stuff. It's, I don't want to talk my the Twitch censored it too, but I can uncensor it on Twitch. YouTube does not afford me the same freedom. But exclamation point Discord in the chat. You can join the Discord and you can type well, not like anything you want in the stream chat, but you could say fucking retard, shit, gay, piss, cum, and it's on stream. Whoa. R-worded sounds funnier. That's true. That's valid. It is kind of funnier. Who's the most dishonest socialist you've ever debated? Ooh, fuck. Dishonest. It's hard because, like, a lot of them aren't, I don't think, dishonest. Like, I don't think even, for example, what was his name? Owen McDonald was, like, dishonest. I think he actually believes basically all the things he said, which is, like, an inability to reason or think about things. Hold on, where's my capitalist debate playlist? Not all of them are here. Hunter was good. PPG, I don't think is dishonest, but he's PPG. God, dishonest is hard to say. It's probably someone I don't remember technically from Sarah's panel. Did you debate that Mason guy? Was this guy's name Mason, I think? Are you talking about this dude? I don't remember if this guy's name is Mason or not. I don't know. It might be that was it? I think it's civics. When I talk to civics in Mojo, this might be recency bias or whatever, but that was just some crazy stuff. I don't think Mojo. I don't think it was dishonest. Really, it was frustrating because they I think held me to some crazy standard with regards to the evidence I needed to put up that they just didn't hold themselves to. And it's Mojo says paycheck to paycheck. I say, well, these are surveys where there's not a clear definition, and one piece of evidence that it's not really capturing what most people hear when they say paycheck to paycheck is that, for example, 30% of those making over $200,000 a year say that they're living paycheck to paycheck, when that's not really, we don't really think of those people as struggling. Usually they might have a high level of consumption that they choose to have, and therefore are in some sense paycheck to paycheck. And but he would be like, what, do you even know the sample size? How many people over $200,000 a year did they interview? And I was like, I don't know that specifically. I know the sample size of the survey is about 4,000. I remember that I remembered the sample size of the actual survey itself, but just not of the people making over $200,000 a year or whatever. And it's these are the surveys that you're citing. You're citing these surveys, right? There's a few different ones, payroll.org, Credit Suite, but these are the type of surveys you're citing. Capitalists making the global self worse off. Okay, evidence, please. I remember. Yeah, private property is exploitative. Okay, evidence, please. They get hyper skeptical in studies that challenge their ideology. I know. God, yeah, civics doing the thing with oh my God, Bolivia or whatever. When I was I think the causally identified evidence is just that a lot of sort of structural adjustment programs or whatever don't really seem to be that bad. It seems the Washington consensus works, right? I cited that paper, I think, and he was do you know about Bolivia and what they did to the water there? I was well, no. And he was if you had to guess what would happen there or whatever, what would you say? And I was okay, well, I don't really have a position there. And he just kept hammering, and I'm I don't really have a strong opinion on whether or not water companies should be nationalized, because I think I've seen relatively conflicting evidence on that, and it's just crazy to hold me to a super strong position on that when I'm just much more interested in the broader point. So the Bolivia, right? So I want to be clear. My opinion is that structural adjustment programs from the IMF and such in general, their overall effect is positive. That's my opinion based on the evidence I've seen. So that's my general opinion. I am indifferent on the specific effects of privatizing Bolivia's water industry because, one, I don't know much about it. Two, I think when it comes to the privatization of utilities, I've seen conflicting evidence on that, and I don't view one side of the debate or one study as particularly like much better than the others. So you can find, for example, the study I mentioned earlier about Colorado's water and it reducing like safe water Act violations or Clean Water Drinking Act violations, I think it is. And but you can also find other studies, for example, of like the privatization of like garbage collection in Canada and find that it has bad effects and such. So like I don't have a strong position on that particular narrow issue.
Can I let Pallet talk to you about the TVA?
I think he was yelling at me a lot earlier. I think that's when I finally got my point out.
Like I'm here.
TSDS is reduced.
Quality. Conflicting.
Was it?
Sorry.
Yeah, Tennessee Valley. Tennessee Valley.
Mohammed. Was Sohail Mohammed. It's a big data set. I'd have to go through on about the dominant currency and how that affects the thing. So the Bolivia tied utilities. I've seen conflicting evidence on that.
But I mean, like privately owned, not a private.
Fuck, where's he yell at me? I might not be able to find it. Fuck me. It's frustrating. You have to trust me. You guys can go watch this video if you want to find it.
Own a piece of the.
Who's that woman that came in trying to challenge that paper on CEOs? God, I think she's just a random person. I don't think she does her own streams or anything. But oh my God, that's so stupid.
Sure, it builds.
Such a dishonest piece of shit. Yeah, I know. You have to go to some random like Norwegian source or whatever. I don't know if you feel understand what journals are. Like the fact that like universities oftentimes like have journals that like publish things or like oh my God.
National Public Equity Fund.
We're assuming to be in someone well funded by that.
But on economics. Been a nearly 50-year experiment that has failed. Profits flowed into.
Whoa. I got to do more. I got to add that to the populist meme Notion page. Oh wait, real quick. By the way, guys, updated website. Thank you, Claude. Vibe coded website. nonfon.gg or www.nonfon.gg works as well. But I added this looks a lot better now, and then the bound section, the graph sections these are like made by Claude too. Don't worry about these yet. I need to update this one. But some of my notes are linked here, so if you guys want my notes in the future, you can see a lot of popular slot meme talking points are. Have some amount of notes on here. But I know that corporate profits thing is affected. I think a lot of it's affected just by like the real interest rate. And some of it's affected by how we treat certain things in the tax code, I think. I can find some stuff in it. The Norwegians, the most socialist humans on the planet? Why, yes, I use them as a source. That's true. I don't know exactly why they use Norway or whatever, but like I do know Norway has like really good data. Like you can that one paper about unions has like the data from like all Norwegian workers for like 30 years, plus a lot of export data that allows them to like estimate markups really efficiently. Or efficiently is a weird word, closely, really well.
Stock buybacks and executive
stock buybacks.
Compensation. It's time to stop pretending otherwise. We're nearing the 250th anniversary of this country's revolution. The system the American founders built, was designed to prevent the concentration of power in a few.
It's like there's no sense in which that's true. Obviously, the founders though were not like huge on the general populace having a lot of control. We are a Madisonian democracy for a reason. James Madison was very intent on preventing the tyranny of the majority and things of that nature. That's why we have certain institutions like the Electoral College and the Senate, which didn't even used to be elected by people until the 17th Amendment. It used to be chosen by state legislators. Kevin calling for a socialist revolution. That's literally what sovereign wealth fund means.
We've allowed that concentration to happen anyway, slowly and in plain sight over the course of decades and decades. But we can reverse it. We can reverse it together. It's time to democratize the American economy to save our democracy.
Wow. Oh, Laurie Mills. My God. California's billionaire. Is this a ChatGPT prompt? Billionaire tax scam. Prepare for another exodus. CA's California billionaire tax sounds targeted, but watch out. It's written for those worth over $1 billion right now. Critics warn it could expand later, though. This has to be fucking grok or some shit, bro. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Bro, I have my fucking philosophy class, which has like, you know, the forum discussion things we do or whatever. Everyone there is using fucking AI, which is like not that surprising. The last assignment I looked at, there were like 5 people who had done it so far. 4 out of 5 of them, I put it into Pangram, 100% AI generated. You're not even trying, bro. You're not even trying, bro. What are you doing? What are you doing? Does Lori not realize the government could tax all the wealth at any time they wanted to at any point in American history? Lori is special. She's like a weird MAGA person. She's been on Jubilee a lot. Oh, what's up, Brass House? Been a while since I've seen you here. Welcome back. California's billionaires really should be paying higher taxes. Their businesses won't be as successful outside of America or even outside of California. I don't think it follows that just because like the elasticity of their that's not the right. Just because their elasticity of relocation to tax rates, the risk of capital flight is low. That therefore it's like welfare maximizing to raise taxes on them, right? Because there are other effects that we care about other than just capital flight. I agree that like they're not going to be super mobile outside of the US. Outside of California, they're going to be like semi-mobile, especially depending on how exactly it's structured, because obviously there can be cases where someone can essentially live in whatever city but go to some weird lengths to scheme their way out of technically living there. What did I just do? HAI. Rich, New York. Where people do things of this nature, I don't want to just watch this whole video or anything, but like,
they could still prove she was a statutory resident if she kept a place to live in New York in that tax year and or spent more than half of the year there. Keeping a place means what they call a permanent place of abode, i.e. somewhere inhabitable, even if not inhabited by you for at least 10 months of the year. So a heatless cabin in the woods that you could only use in the summer, an apartment under renovation, or a place you rent out to a stranger who wouldn't let you stay the night if you asked, not permanent places of abode. In 1991 and 1992, Martha Stewart tried to claim residency in Connecticut because her house in the Hamptons was uninhabitable due to renovations, but failed because there were pictures of the place looking inhabitable as heck in her magazine. She had an active cable subscription there, and her author bio in a book published that year said, quote, Ms. Stewart lives in Connecticut and New York. The other part of statutory residency comes down to what's called the 184-day rule. If you spend more than half of the days of the year in New York, you're a statutory resident, with a day being any calendar day where you spend a single minute in New York, with exception.
I think they give an example. There's some crazy billionaire who took a lot of helicopter rides in and out of New York to avoid technically being classified as a resident. He spent like a ton of money to avoid paying all the taxes there.
Auditors argued he would have to go to ridiculous lengths to avoid the city, but he proved that he was, in fact, ridiculous and got to keep his $27 million.
Yeah, this dude.
These days, you don't need an assistant to track your days. There are
But you should just do efficient taxes like GBTFT. But you're going to sell a lot more. I sold shirts. I would sell a lot more if I had a business in a mall. The United States, in particular California, are like the greatest malls in the world. You're going to have to pay higher rent. But I just don't think it falls. I agree. With regards to like capital flight outside the U.S., it's not going to be that elastic. I don't think it follows from that it is welfare enhancing. Because I think there are other effects, like on prices, like on employment, like on investment, that are negative regardless of those things. result downstream of a lot of social science research being plainly bullshit, either by finding false nulls through every treatment effects, or never using any counterfactuals. I'm assuming you're talking about whatever earlier stuff with regards to experts and such. I agree. Economics is the only true social science. Don't worry. Only 50%. Ironic take there. Only 50%. Okay. Do I care about anything more from this girl? Might read this on my own later. Okay. We won't talk about this for too long, I guess. But God, I hate everything. Where is... I thought I saved it. This John Carney dude is crazy. We're doing the USAID discourse again, guys. We're doing it again. We're doing it again. It's crazy Elon Musk can just get away with lying about shit. Well, I guess not that crazy. You should be used to it by now. But like, he obviously in the past bragged about his actions with regards to USAID, but now he just like tries to obfuscate by saying, "Oh, we just required, you know, verification of the recipients or whatever." And it's just like kind of plainly, first of all, it's stupid because like much of the aid, you're not really gonna be able to even collect that data by nature how it's distributed through different organizations. And then two, that's just not true. Like, it just is the case that there was an executive order like day one of Trump pausing all funding for 90 days. And then after that, there were various actions taken by Doge and fucking Big Balls. Like, what's crazy is like Big Balls, part of the reason for shuttering USAID was that Big Balls, we all remember all this, Big Balls was sending emails saying, "I might be wrong, but these numbers look a little sketchy to me." I have that saved. 1 second, Ryan. But Elon Musk can just say, "Oh, we are only going after fraud guys. Trust me. Trust me." What is that? These people are economic analysis and econ graduates on. I never trust anyone with a 4-year econ degree. That still say this meme, and I only got an econ intro to econ for months. Oh boy.
Wealth ownership in the United States in 20.
Nick Shirley is convinced leftist fraud isn't real. There might be some like negative polarization effect there, where because he lies about things all the time, people are less likely to think that any type of fraud is real. But then I don't have to tell you, that's kind of on him. Maybe he should not be retarded.
24. The top 10%, the middle 40%, and the bottom 50%. The amount of water I'm about to pour in each cup represents their net worth or the wealth that they owned in 2024. The bottom 50%, that is half of the entire country. They only have about 2% of the wealth in 2024.
Wow. Whoa.
That is people who have roughly 400,000 to 700,000 in net worth. They have about 29% of the net worth wealth in this country. The top 10%, they have 69% of the wealth. And that's very much
so many.
The top 1% who own 50% of the stock market. What's happened?
Why did we switch to specifically the stock market there?
Since January 2025, we've seen record Dow numbers, record S&P numbers. We're about to have...
And those only benefit the rich, clearly.
The world's first trillionaire in the United States.
Oh, he's back down under $1 trillion, isn't he?
And this is Trumponomics. This is basically trickle-down economics and a theory that if richer people get richer, that will eventually trickle down to the other brackets.
Bro.
Here is the reality of what's happened. The bottom 50%, and again, that's half of America, got a $260 million net worth gain. And again, that is
since when?
Half of America sharing this wealth increase. Middle 40%, they gained about 2.6 trillion in 2025.
Oh, in 2025.
A lot of these gains are due to the fact that people in this bracket tend to invest. They have retirement. They've seen a bump in their 401ks and IRAs.
Also, probably relevant, there's not the same, like, people every year. Like, you might be in the bottom 50% of wealth, especially of wealth, when you're young. Technically, if I were, like, I'm a dependent, so you wouldn't really want to analyze me on my own. You want to look at my household, but if you were analyzing me on my own, I'd be in the bottom 50% of wealth. But probably, if all goes well, when I'm older, when I have a retirement account, I will be, middle 40% potentially of wealth. Like, these are, like, people obviously going to be, when they're young, oftentimes the bottom 50% of wealth. Funny, this guy is aware the 160,000 poverty line is bullshit, and aware the Horfordale's critique of Savage. I would expect him to do better research. Yeah, I know. This is just a full rejection of economic growth. They don't believe in growth. They just don't believe in trickle down.
And they all...
Inequality is bad for growth because the rich don't... I forget even the mechanism people suggest.
Also typically own houses, and we've seen that the valuation of houses has increased in 2025. That seems all...
But like 60-something% of American adults own houses, do they not? Like,
until you get to the actual data. The top 10% gained $10 trillion in 2025. And this was unbelievably skewed to the top 1%. Of the around $12.76 trillion in wealth increases in 2025, the top 10% took 80% of it, the middle 40% took around 18%, and the bottom 50% took 2%. Because of this, in the distribution, the bottom 50% lost half a percentage point, the middle 40% lost half a percentage point, and the top 10% gained a percentage point.
Wow.
2025.
That's in relative terms. Obviously, the absolute terms probably matter as well.
We saw 90% of the United States lose wealth. We saw 9% basically stay stable, and we saw the top...
I don't even know if that's true. If you use like what people usually use, just the San Francisco financial account data, survey of financial accounts. Oh, he's followed by Cat Up Gazela and Michael retard popular top dude, and Micah Irfan. Oh no. Oh wait, I didn't realize he played Kerbal Space Program. Hold on, guys, I'm anti-USAID now. He's this guy's correct. Kerbal Space Program is goated. Was it not in this one? It might have been in a... I don't remember which fucking thing it was. Or maybe it's just because this website is broken, I think, because it's paywalled and my paywall mover is only removing half of the paywall. But he literally, one of the emails that started the USAID stuff was literally a fucking 20-year-old kid saying, I might be wrong, but I just looked at this like bullshit data and it seems a little fishy. And every USAID cuts do not cause deaths. The logic of this claim implies that raising spending even higher would also be blameworthy under the same logic. It implies broad positive obligations. If you prevent deaths by maintaining or increasing spending, failing to do so makes you responsible for those deaths. Which, for one, I don't think you can at least hold a position that there's a way to do USAID cuts or foreign aid cuts that like don't make you entirely responsible for the deaths because it's more letting die than killing or whatever. But like certainly the way they went about doing the cuts, I think is like clearly more like killing than letting die. Okay, doing a sudden freeze, shuttering the agency as quickly as possible, in the manner they did. This is more like killing than letting die. And then you don't obviously cause is such a Matt Darling has had all back and forth about this. It's just so that's not what people mean by cause. Not even a one. That's a remarkably silly claim. The actions people take have effects in the world. Partial equilibrium is not the world. Incredible. Incredible. Big brain. Big brain. Anyway, kill me. That's a good article. We're not gonna. I read it all already, but it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Many such cases. And I also this happened a few. Oh, thanks, Microsoft Edge, for being a piece of shit again. A few days ago by now, I think, or maybe yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And I'm not, I don't know, I don't feel, I'm not qualified to comment on the legal merits of the decision or whatever, but the Supreme Court said that Trump can revoke temporary protected status from all the Haitians and Syrians that have it here. And some of them probably going to be fucked now. I don't know exactly what status they're allowed to potentially apply for to avoid like getting deported, but Justice Samuel Alito said in Thursday's decision, a federal law prohibited courts from second-guessing administration's determination of which nationalities deserve protections and which don't. The Trump administration remains locked in litigation over whether it can end protections for more than 1 million people from Afghanistan, Cameroon, Ethiopia, Honduras, Myanmar, Nepal, Venezuela, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. Protections for 4 countries, El Salvador, Lebanon, Ukraine, and Sudan, have not been affected. The Supreme Court's ruling is likely to narrow the chances of litigants from countries besides Haiti and Syria have of winning cases that seek to preserve their own TPS protections, and some TPS holders and their supporters fear will embolden administration officials to end the program for additional countries. TPS holders are scrambling to find other forms of immigration protection. Many of them have already been applying for asylum, work visas, or other types of authorization to live and work in the U.S. But the pathways are narrow, and petitions can take years for process. For many, the path to asylum will be an uphill battle if it is viable at all. Immigrants must petition for relief within a year of arrival, and qualifications are rigid. The Trump administration has restricted eligibility and pressured immigrants judges to deny the claims. They're granting asylum in less than 10% of cases, far lower even than in Mr. Trump's first term. Instead, many TPS holders must decide whether to make exit plans or remain without authorization. Some of them have been looking for work and legal passage in other countries, such as Canada. Others, such as Somalian TPS holders, may be forced to return to countries where war or conflict rages. Which I think, by the way, I don't know when, I'm pretty sure TPS for Haiti was approved in like 2012, and then TPS for I think Syria was 2014 or Haiti was 2012 or something. When was it affected? So probably a lot of people here are not gonna be within a year and therefore be able to claim asylum. 2010. ICE officers will be able to place in removal proceedings any TPS holders whose protections have expired or ended. Immigrants can then be placed into a detention system that encompasses more than 200 facilities. Immigrants can contest deportations at court, but federal officials have hindered them by fast-tracking cases, slashing appeals, and deadlines, making it harder for people to obtain, pawn, and seek counsel. What? Really? Employers include hospitals and hospices, construction companies, and retail stores have to fire Haitian and Syrian workers who have sole authority to work come through the program. Some TPS recipients might have the right to work through a different immigration status, such as asylum or visa protections. And some businesses may attempt to secure work visas for employees. Those are costly and take years. Incredible. Incredible. Oh boy.
The trillionaire, you're poor because you make bad choices and because you sit there blaming other people for your life's problems. Stop doing that. You have more control over your life than you like to think, and you should probably start with understanding why somebody can't just liquidate all of their assets to solve all the world's problems. Why you can't just flood a market with that amount of money, because then it would just completely devalue it. Learn a little bit about basic
That's a little weird.
economics, and then maybe we could enter this conversation.
Hi there. Studied economics at Harvard, so I'm going to hop in this conversation. You said half a thing correct, which is Elon Musk is not the problem why people are struggling. Elon Musk is a manifestation of the problem. Elon Musk is a symptom of a malignant disease in this country.
Oh my God.
We have consistently prioritized policies that help the top 1% while casting aside the working class and the global south at the expense of exponential growing capital. Billionaires and now a trillionaire are not the reason why 1 in 10 Americans live in poverty. They're not the reason why 6 in 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And they're not.
Oh my God. No, we got the paycheck to pay. At least the 1 in 10 in poverty thing is like true. It's like a little misleading, but like it's true. That's what the official poverty and supplemental poverty measure like roughly are at.
The reason why the top 1% has more wealth than the bottom 90%.
Whoa.
Consequence of decades of failed domestic economic policy that has led to capital accumulation at the top, leaving the vast majority of Americans fending for themselves and struggling to get by. That's why we've seen purchasing power at the lowest we've seen in decades. That's why we see
That's not true.
ownership rates collapse, because you've had venture capital and all these companies buying up single family.
Oh my God.
That's why you see Americans having stagnated wages despite increased productivity.
Wow.
To simplify this down to
Just missing the chart.
say people are lazy and blaming others for their own struggles is not really honest to this conversation. It's not really acknowledging the facts that exist. So don't say that you want to talk to an economist or someone who studied economics, but then not look at the facts.
I want to talk to an economist. How do I open the There we go. He's probably reachable. I don't know if he is not on a Harvard grad. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me one second. I'll have you know. I'll have you know. I'm losing aura right now. Ugh. Well-known Harvard graduate non-fun here. I'll try to reach out to this guy. I don't know if he is necessarily the type to do debates, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay. One quick meme, and then I think we'll watch the populism panel that Wick did a bit ago. Because it seems relevant. It might not be. They might not talk about things I find interesting, so we might go back to watching some other lefty flop or doing some other stuff, but we'll see. I found this through Scott Linear Income. But I got the book behind it too, which has a lot of stuff in it. Apparently, it is now revealed how we got the wonderful tariff formula. But even not President of North Korea, they were America's key trading partners. They had leverage too. The goal of the tariff strategy, meanwhile, wasn't entirely clear to anyone except perhaps the president and Peter Navarro, who believed in tariffs as an article of faith. It was, wait, what's the book? It's called Regime Change inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. I found it by just looking up Regime Change. It's like just released, so. Whereas Navarro primarily was some assistance from the Council of Economic Advisors who had helped craft the rudimentary tariff formula, which Trump had settled on only the night before the announcement. The tariff rate for each country is calculated by taking the 2024 U.S. trade deficit with the specific country, dividing it by the total value of goods the U.S. imported from the country, and then halving the results. Lutnick didn't like Navarro's formula at all because I graduated from 9th grade, he would tell associates. Trump's team had also discussed a color-coded, three-tiered tariff scheme: low, medium, high, green, yellow, red, 10%, 15%, 25%. The vice president thought it was elegant. Trump thought it was too complicated because no one could figure out which countries belonged to a category and where to draw the line. One Republican senator said later that he could not believe how poorly thought out the tariff strategy was. Is the book solid? I have not read it yet, but I mean, it seems good. It's like, this is 592 pages, so some of it's like footnotes and such. It's long and stuff. I don't know if I'll ever read all of it, but it seems to have many funny anecdotes in it. Anxiety when I see Imperial because it reminds me of Lefty Sloth. PTSD, yeah, it's a Pavlovian response. It's like sometimes sample text sends me graphs, and like any graph that like shows some type of like decoupling, or like one line is flat and one line keeps going up. It's just like a Pavlovian response. It's like PTSD from just to pay productivity memes. It's not clear what their objective was, let alone their strategy, and it seemed to change from day to day. Sometimes the stated goal was to raise revenue. Sometimes it was to eliminate trade deficit with other countries. Sometimes it was a negotiating tool. When a friend wished Scott Besson a happy Liberation Day, he answered, more like happy Libation Day. The next day, the tariff flame was getting faster to press. Trump would begin blaming Navarro to others, privately complaining about Peter's stupid fucking numbers. Goated. What do we need to get you to commit to building new factories in the U.S.? Lutnick asked the CEOs. Those who won't build here are going to have massive tariffs to pay, not 20%, like 100%, said Trump. We're treated so unfairly. China tariffs us over 150%. We have to have the components here, responded one CEO. We need the full ecosystem. How are you doing with the European Union, Trump asked. Are they among the most difficult? We don't build in the EU, said the CEO. We make in Asia and import. They kind of leave us alone, said another CEO. None in Europe makes what we make. We lost 90,000 factories with NAFTA, said Trump. Maybe we can get them back. Autos are building in the U.S. They just stopped building 3 plants in Mexico. Canada tariffs our dairy at 300%. Oh my God. April 2nd, said Lutnick, referring to Trump's planned Liberation Day tariffs. The room over some steelmakers crackled with the possibility. After the president left, the others lingered, still consumed by the semiconductor problem. Lutnick had to ask other CEOs a mission to enlist them. Could they help him stop the president from doing something rash? Lutnick had been trying to persuade Trump against acting so hastily to impose steep tariffs on semiconductors. It was unrealistic to expect American tech companies to immediately end their reliance on foreign suppliers. Moving manufacturing to the U.S. would require a transitional period, and Lutnick did not want to see U.S. companies at a competitive disadvantage. He encouraged CEOs to take their message directly to President Trump and reinforce what he was telling them the president behind the scenes. I need more voices calling in, texting in his ear, he said. Incredible. What a wonderful, sane administration we have. Thank God for any last remaining parts of the deep state. Okay, I'm gonna take this Harvard shirt off now. Truthfully, I don't even know where I got this. It still has a tag on it. I think that it's the first time I've ever worn it. It's from 2019, apparently. No clue. Anyways, this was, I think like 3 days ago by now. I think Soaphill uploaded it a day late, and his VOD is better because it's full screen as opposed to Wix. Him and Lonerbox and Ryan, and I don't know who this guy is, all talked about populism. And I'm sure it's so great.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Today, we have a show for you tonight. One of our guests is on their way. They're having a little bit of a connection issues, but worst case, they'll join us on their phone. Lonerbox, she'll be here shortly. But in the interest of timeliness and respecting everyone here on my panel who has shown up on time, we are going to just get into it. Today, we are going to be talking about liberalism and populism. Ryan, our guest of honor today, recently did what I thought was a very thoughtful video on the subject, and I thought it would make for a good discussion. And we brought some people in who disagree and some who agree. And we're going to start by giving the mic to Mr. Reason Riffs here. Tell people who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and then we'll just kind of go around, give each short introductions, short opening thoughts on the subject, and hopefully by the time we're done, Lonerbox will be here and we'll start. So go ahead, Reason, give us what you got.
Yeah, during the day,
I watched Ryan's video about populism. It's like not horrible. I should have forgot to send you this video where the lefties cited Jason Hinkle. Like it's too late now. I mean, he still can. Yeah, like horrible. I just don't like, again, I don't think there's consequences towards what type of rhetoric you find acceptable. There's consequences to what type of thinking you encourage in people. And like, I don't know how big the marginal effect is of like certain Democrats running on like populist rhetoric or whatever. Like probably to some extent, they're like chasing the desires of people. They're chasing the base rather than like encouraging the thinking of people, right? Like it's not all the politicians' fault necessarily. But like, that's my issue. It encourages thinking that's just like not productive, that doesn't lead to good outcomes. And I think he's just like, well, actually, you can use populism for liberalism.
I want to address immediately one criticism that I know is coming, which is that populism is inherently illiberal because it's about essentially lying or exaggerating the truth in order to win. I'm going to play another clip of Derek Thompson.
Almost everybody making content is full of it, right? I like Ryan. Ryan's cool.
This time at Welcome Fest, which is a conference put on by Welcome, a centrist Democrat group.
If you and I were like running in a primary, and you said that, you said the far right has a story and they've won. The far left has a story. The center doesn't have a story, and that's a problem. What I would say in response to that is, yeah, stories are for children. Americans need a plan. Americans need solutions. Now, backing out of that, what I just did is also storytelling, right? It is essentially saying, like, the story that I would tell is essentially that American politicians, in some categories, have fallen too in love with this idea that you don't have an agenda until you have a story. No, you can have an agenda. You can just have the answers. You can just have...
The center needs a story.
People's lives better. And
well, he's making a claim that they don't. They just need a plan. I think he's about to say.
To wrap it up, in a complex story that like belittles elites or finds the bad guy or says, you know, if a company gets relatively big, it's always evil. You don't have to lie to people to win elections.
So I think this is really interesting. What's being advanced here pretty explicitly is that liberals should tell a story about not telling a story, that we should double down on the framing of liberalism as an essentially non-ideological thing. And we should do this, tell a story about not telling a story, because there's something inherently dishonest about doing anything else. Doing anything else would be lying to people like Trump lies to people. There's a few problems with this that I want to address. First, you can't escape the ideological content of liberalism. You just can't.
Center needs to own a house and invest in the 401k. This is true.
You can't just have the answers, as Derek Thompson put it, because we don't all even agree on the problems that we're trying to solve. We don't all even agree on what the questions are. Take Derek's point.
I don't totally disagree with that. And I think there are ways to like fight on the ideological grounds of liberalism in populist ways, even especially with regards to like corruption. Like I think it's possible to message on a lot of genuine, real corruption issues that we have with the Trump administration, especially in a liberal way, based on the ideology of liberalism insofar as it wants constraints on things like emergency powers and wants constraints on what the executive can do and doesn't want a bunch of corruption. But like, I don't know, it's just overwhelmingly, a lot of the populist rhetoric is like just wrong and just it creates types of zero-sum thinking or relies on types of zero-sum thinking. It just sucks. It just sucks.
The Western left is that most of y'all's socialism ends at the border. By that I mean the reason these imperial core countries are so wealthy is because of profound theft from the global south.
I've seen that picture too of Africa and South America hollowed out and there's big piles of gold on Europe and America. I've seen that meme.
There's a study out there that says
a study out there.
South workers do about 90% of the work that is required to uphold the global economy, and yet get.
That's not even what that says, right? I could be wrong. I think what Jason Eagle says is that for individual like factories, some third world workers at least are about 90% as like productive as US or developed world workers. Study out there. There are a lot of studies out there, believe it or not. So it's out there. It's out there. It's online. You got to go find it. I mean, she has a screenshot here. But he's not saying they do 90% of the work required for upholding the economy. Unequal exchange of labor in the world economy. Unequal exchange of labor in the world economy. I think what this is talking about is the productivity of individual workers. Unequal exchange is understood to be driven in part by systemic wage inequalities. We find southern wages are 87 to 95% lower than northern wages for work of equal skill. Southern workers contribute 90% of labor that powers the world economy. Oh, he does say that here. I don't know what that means. They receive only 21% of global income. What pisses me off is that people who nitpick studies that align with them doesn't even read it, LMAO. So if the entire continent of Africa can get a job, what's the excuse for all the American fat ass welfare queens? The global self does not provide 90% of labor. I don't know what he means. We're going to South who receive an average of $1.62 per hour perform the vast majority, 90% of labor that produces for the global economy. The vast majority of labor that produces traded. Okay, hold on. For a Boston, if you calculate a wage of net appropriated labor using northern wages for each. Okay, this is about wage weaknesses approach, wage inequalities. The average northern wages increased from $12.60 to $24 per hour. I don't perform the vast majority of the labor that produces for the global. I don't understand how we're getting that result just from the wage differential here. Is China included in the global south? I don't believe so. $9.6 trillion hours of labor went into producing for the global economy. Of that, 90% was contributed by the global south. Okay. I don't know. That seems so that doesn't even seem true to me. It could be the case. 90% seems like a lot, but we're just saying, if in fact, that's probably kind of what you would expect if they really were so much lower in productivity, because they would have to contribute a lot more working hours to produce a lot less output. Like, so if you're just looking at the hours, 9.6 trillion hours of labor went into producing for the global economy. Self-contributed a majority of labor across all skill levels, 76. So he's just referring to the hours, it seems like. An implausible figure, and suing an outlier stats as the basis of your paper means you're a bad actor. True. Because we all know these numbers are a joke if China's included. Well, I think it's probably defined in different papers. I don't know if Jason Hinkle has a set definition for what constitutes a global north and the global south. I don't think China's included in most of them, but I could be wrong. I imagine it's some amount of some threshold of per capita income or per capita GDP. But notably, where do they define it? Methods. As a proxy for the core global north, we used IMF list of advanced economies as a guide and created the closest set possible approximation of this list given the countries available in XGO base. The categories include the US, UK, Canada, Australia, Norway, Belgium, Austria, Belgium, Germany, Denmark, France, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Finland, Sweden, Switzerland, Japan, South Korea, Estonia, Spain, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Malta, Portugal, Slovenia, Slovakia, Taiwan, Cyprus, and the Czech Republic. The periphery global south includes all other countries. So China is in the global south in this one. Okay,
pay
incredible.
21% of the wages. These highly developed countries, even, and in some cases, especially the democratic socialist ones, overconsume at massive rates that would be unsustainable if they were done at a global scale. But
so I don't know exactly what she means there. Given the current level of productivity, that could be the case, but that's not fixed, right? Just as real, like in 1900, or when was the refrigerator invented? I don't know. In 1912, whenever it was invented, a modern compressor refrigeration cycle refrigerator, it would have been unsustainable for everyone to have a refrigerator at the global scale, or even at the national scale for the US or whatever. That's not the case anymore because productivity has risen.
rarely, if at all, does this come up in the mind of Western leftists. They are really interested in redistribution, but it's the redistribution of imperial loot. Because the elephant in the room is that if we did do wealth redistribution on a global scale so that everyone gets paid fairly, our lives here in the industrialized North, their quality would drop. Because it is dependent on hyper-exploitation and overconsumption, and this model is bounded. We can't all be Norway. And until the Western left is ready to come to terms with this,
this model is bounded.
think that we can make progress in structurally readjusting the world system so that it is less exploitative. We'll just be passing stolen goods amongst ourselves. The problem.
True. Wow. Thank you, Lenin. Labor aristocracy.
Doing physics research and statistics.
Love those memes.
And I often write for the pragmatic paper. So
okay, I don't care about this guy's intro.
Interesting. But
no offense.
liberalism encapsulates moderation. I think most people can agree with that. In that sense, I am a liberal. My political positions are moderately guided by liberal principles. I'm inspired by liberalism. I'm not going to define myself by it, but I'm inspired by it. And at the heart and beat of liberalism, one of the reasons I like it so much is that it's a pragmatic system for correcting error. It protects pluralism, open discussion, the marketplace of ideas, which is something we were discussing last week, is a key and important part of our democracy. Individual liberty, the openness to all classes, expert groups, it appeals to science, it appeals to changing direction. Populism contradicts that. It claims political legitimacy through a simplified model of unity but people versus an elite, and an enemy, some enemy, boogeyman that must be defeated.
Do you know Razvan Khan? I don't think so.
Subtleties, noise, doubt are all averaged out in a simple us and them narrative. This activates a dangerous psychology that's being studied, which is an us and them psychology, that liberal pragmatic politics is actually meant to restrain and fight against. So there's a contradiction there.
Nope. Conservative atheist, Bangladeshi American writer and blogger. Don't know.
And I think
he was at a podcast with Destiny. Oh boy, what do they talk about?
At the heart of today's debate.
Okay, we'll get into it, I'm sure, as we go. Mr. Ryan, please tell people who you are, what you do, why we should listen to you, and your thoughts on the matter. Go ahead.
Well, I recently made a video about populism and liberalism, which was, I'll say, tastefully controversial. It's always good to be tastefully controversial. You don't want to be too controversial, but you can't be too stable. You can't be too, non-offensive to people. You got to keep people on their toes. So I think I am a liberal. Well, I know that I'm a liberal. And I think whenever we look at the history of liberalism, it's interesting knowing that both of the people that Soy and I are going to be talking to today are British. Because I think there might be an interesting clash of traditions here. In the United States, nobody called themselves a liberal. Nobody called the political tradition that they were.
You really dislike Ryan Getty. I mean, that's not, I spelled his last name wrong, but regardless, you really dislike him, bro? I don't even know. I might disagree with him a bit on this, but I like his stuff. He's chill. I don't think we've ever spoken, but we're like friends on Discord. I spoke to him in text a bit in the server.
They were part of liberalism until FDR. That was whenever liberalism became a systematized political thing. Before that, people called themselves progressives, people called themselves Republicans or Democrats, people called themselves populists even. We had the Populist Party before we had FDR's New Deal. And even in the American Revolution, we didn't call ourselves liberals, we called ourselves Whigs and Tories. So, but of course, in the UK, the Liberal Party emerged before the New Deal in the United States. So it could be that there's an interesting clash of tradition here. But in the United States, the birth of liberalism as a distinct system was in FDR's New Deal. And I think that was populist. That was a populist movement. I think we can look at the antecedents to modern liberalism in the United States, and we also see populism. The abolitionists were very frequently engaging in populist rhetoric.
Whole worldview betrays an understanding of what improves living standards long term.
About the
betrays an understanding.
slave power is what they called it.
I don't know. I don't see him talking about like stuff related to that much. Maybe there's some content I'm missing from him, but a lot of it is just simply like talking about the political strategy of different Democratic candidates, or talking about characterizing different segments of the American electorate. And I feel like I don't see him talk much about stuff related to that. I'm sure he's like in favor of higher taxes and universal health care and stuff of that nature, but I just haven't seen him talk much about it.
The Southern elites that were controlling the U.S. federal government. Before that, we had the American Revolution. Thomas Paine, the man whose pamphlet inspired the common people to fight for the American Revolution, he wrote Common Sense. That's about as populist as you can get for naming a pamphlet in 1776. He said in that pamphlet that worth to society is one honest man than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. That's populist rhetoric. I think today we see populist rhetoric being used by liberal politicians to great effect. I think one example that I highlighted in my video was John Ossoff. He was the first, one of the first Democrats to start saying like the Epstein class. I think that's pretty unambiguously populist. He always talks.
So there's like one, like I said, I think it is possible to ideologically message about populism or about the merits of liberalism as an ideology in a populist way with regards to like some corruption things. And John Ossoff does that sometimes. But everything else he does is just so bad. I hate it. Everything about like pharmaceutical companies, everything about grocery stores and greedflation, and oh my god, dude, I hated that ad. That ad triggered the fuck out of me.
Talks about the Trump administration is an administration by and for.
Like it's exactly the type of rhetoric I don't want Democrats engaging in. Even though I think it's populist, so it is like probably popular. Can anyone find it? Anyone have that saved? I don't know if I can find it just by looking at Twitter search is so bad. And I think if I look it up on YouTube, I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it super easily. Oh, I think it's this.
We're told a story. Work hard, play by the rules, and you'll thrive. No matter who you are or where you start, the grind will pay off. But for too many, this story just isn't true. Groceries, rent, insurance, taxes, the car note, the power bill, the math doesn't work.
I was so happy to graduate college, but...
Go me. It really irks me whenever people talk solely about redistributing wealth, not how we create it. You're just envious. And I mean, I'm just saying I haven't like seen Ryan engage in that stuff that much. It's possible. I haven't seen him do it. Angry person at the point who should be not be trusted around a society. I also would not. I don't think most people who even support redistribution are like fairly characterized that way. I think they like even the kind of people I just like more. Like they have arguments for why wealth inequality is like a negative externality. They're not very good, not very well supported, but
why is rent so expensive?
2 out of 3
it's beyond just like being envious, clearly.
Americans told us they're stressed about their own finances.
No matter how hard you hustle, you can't get ahead. The culture wars are exploited to divide us. While insurance companies get away with denying our claims. While hedge funds buy up all the houses in our neighborhoods. While we have to pay $3,000 for an ambulance. You aren't the problem. Neither are your fellow Americans. The problem is a corrupt and failing political system. The problem is that the people's elected representatives don't represent the people. They represent the donors and special interests.
Like, kill me.
For the richest people and
people call basic taxes wealth redistribution. Well, I think easy money is referring to the type of redistribution that many like progressive left-wing Democrats want to do, where they want to ban all billionaires, redistribute all the billionaires' wealth and most of the billionaires' wealth.
American society, and I think that's objectively true. There's a certain degree to which being afraid to talk about the degree that the wealthy and powerful have control over the current administration.
Oh no!
Because it sounds populist, is to just deny reality. But I'm sure we'll get into that, and I don't want to take up any more time.
Well, thank you for being here. And just so everyone's aware, I have a link to the Ryan's video in my YouTube description after the show. If you'd like, check it out. It's worth watching.
What's up, Mio?
Let's give the mic to Soy Pill.
Fawn.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mostly agree with Ryan. I think, minus the historical context, as I don't read, populism is, like Reasoner said, an us versus them mentality, and this can lead to poison. That's why you see overlap with, Trump and Bernie voters, or like these weird like AOC to Trump voters. But that doesn't mean that we should write off the concept of populism, because one, it's not really a party or a movement. It is a us versus them rhetoric that capitalizes on people's hate for a system that actually often doesn't work for them. And there are plenty of true examples of elites doing something to subvert the will of the people. And I think if you cede these narratives to people who are going to do more slopulism, bad populism, then you're unfortunately ceding a lot of the energy that would otherwise help you win elections. You can look at the recession and how lots of people said, no, we shouldn't have bailed out the banks.
Oh no.
Recession. Well, that is slopulism, because yes, they did cause the recession, but not bailing them out might have crashed the...
No. Did you get over your TPS stuff yet? Or go? I mean, we didn't talk about it that much, but yeah, I read half of an article on it. I just wanted to, not everything in the title have like a super hardcore plan segment from it. I just know sometimes this thing is going to be relevant, so I know people might ask about it, but yeah, I'm still willing to chat about it and stuff. I don't know. It seems like that. Like I said, this. I don't feel like super qualified to talk about the legal merits of the decision, right? I don't know exactly the. I know it has to do with disputes over whether or not it's like racially motivated, and whether or not the judicial branch even has a right to check the decisions of the president with regards to issues that are related to like quote unquote foreign policy stuff. A lot of the Trump administration's lawsuits boil down to stuff like that, or it's like, can courts even make a determination about this thing, or is it like entirely within the executive branch deference? And I think the outcome of a lot of those things are bad, but it could be the case that the Constitution supports some reading of that. And I think regardless of whether it's legal to repeal the TPS for Haitians and Syrians, probably just net bad, probably just better options available. So people becoming more slop. I know. There has to be I don't have like a solid framework for this or whatever, but I think populism probably, like, it has to, I don't know, some of it has to be more than just like a us versus them thing. Like super ultra high tariffs is like a understood to be like a populist policy, I think, for probably more reasons than just the us versus them mentality that a lot of people use to support it, or that leads people to support it. Because like both just want to talk about the Ezra Klein thing that I talked about a few streams ago. But like, there are a few select Democrats, like that one House representative, I think Jared Golden or something his name is in Maine or whatever, that like also support the tariffs because he's like a popular dude. I don't know. It has to be. There's gotta be something more to it than that. I don't know. I have to think about it more. The best lefty would ideally be someone who minimizes redistribution in order to shift some of that regulation to turn into normal tax and spend redistribution. But that obviously doesn't. That's literally me for real. That's literally me for real. Literally me for real. I hate redistribution. I argue with people about redistribution all the time.
The entire economy, and that would have been awful. But if you cede that ground to them and say, well, that's the only answer, and I'm not going to...
And also, obviously, not clear that the evil banks caused the 2008 recession. There might be some fault on behalf of like the auditing or like raters or whatever who kept rating mortgage bonds as like AAA or whatever. That could have been done for malignant. It's malignant, the word I'm looking for. Malignant reasons. But the banks themselves, I think, probably mostly did genuinely believe that it was a safe bet to use mortgage-backed securities as collateral and such. Top right is dying. He looks gray.
Even capitalize on the idea that, yes, these
he does look,
caused an economic hardship for the entirety of the country. Well,
does look quite sad.
That everyone wants to channel their energy to is a bad one, which is don't bail them out, which it should go to something a little more reasonable, which is, yeah, this was really bad.
And then also, the auto industry was like bailed out, but the other, like the banks and stuff, got like favorable loans and stuff, but they did pay it back. They did pay back the TARP money. They did pay back a lot of the loans that the Federal Reserve gave to them. Quantitative easing made a profit that it returned to the Treasury.
Let's regulate them. Let's do something to make sure this never happens again. So the idea that we shouldn't be using populism, I think, is a understandable one when you see the worst ways this can manifest. But I think there are so many good ways that populism manifests, and there are just so many true populist narratives that we need to work with if we're going.
Which ones? Tell me which ones, bro. Which ones? I can't think of like any. I can't think of like any. I can't think because there's like some amount of truth in like the fact that currently I think the administration is too susceptible to like the interests of certain billionaires, because I think that like Trump is just kind of a corrupt person and therefore is willing to engage in a lot of corruption that other presidents previously didn't engage in. But that's not really the populist narrative. The populist narrative is much broader than that. Doors are destroying our country, bro. That's true. Other than, I can't think of like any other, I don't think any other populist narrative is like correct though. Kill me. Dennis Scotus term is almost here. There's still a couple of big cases to come out probably on Monday. Yeah, they haven't decided. They got to decide birthright citizenship still, don't they? That'll be a big one. What are the poly market odds? Okay, I guess my internet is dying. 94% chance. Whoa.
Going to build a coalition and beat MAGA. So, yeah.
Thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Lonerbox, welcome to the stream. Hi.
Hey, sorry I'm late.
You're fine, man. What do you got for us? Tell people.
Okay, Lonerbox. I know the David Splinter papers are in you somewhere.
Who you are, what you do, what's your thoughts? Go ahead.
I'm Lonerbox. I sometimes do YouTube streaming, sometimes. Okay, I hate to be that guy who says, oh, it depends on what you mean by populism, but the fact is, it depends on what you mean by populism. When I came in and I heard Ryan talking, sorry, I was only halfway, maybe there was a background there, but it kind of sounded like just kind of any reference to us and them, where people versus establishment could be classed as populism, and then putting it back to, I guess, Americans fighting against the English or whatever else. But like, to me, I don't really know if that's exactly how we understand populism or what we understand it to mean when we talk about it in the present context. I really find it hard to believe that although, in some cases, the people are in the right and they have a collective need and a collective discontent with an establishment that is rightful. For example, the protesters in Iran against their regime, but I would have a hard time calling these protesters, quite a lot of whom are actually monarchists in favor of the Shah or the Shah's son, calling themselves populists, even though they are the people, the collective will of the people against a corrupt and immoral establishment. But I don't think anyone would ever describe that movement as populist. So to me, the way I understand populism is that I see that being kind of a trait, but another thing that they seem to hold in common is this actual kind of quite clear opposition to liberal institutions and liberal status quo. That's why the populist left and the populist right often find themselves having a common enemy in the Democratic Party or in the Labour Party, as it was in the UK. And I think populist rhetoric, as in like,
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Call like Bernie Sanders or even like a more moderate Democrat challenging the Trump elite and the way that he's using the American institutions to enrich themselves. You can call it populist rhetoric if you want, but I don't think most populists would identify with their later goal, which is the idea that they want to restore these liberal institutions and to actually bring back rule of law and to stop it from being misused by the Trump administration. And I think
biggest ones are mail-in votes, FTC case, transports case, campaign finance. Get ready. Oh boy.
Too much to this kind of like
wait, transports case. There's a Supreme Court case about transport cases. What even can that be about? Uphold transgender athlete ban. Uphold laws that prohibit. Oh, so I'm assuming it's just like state level laws that ban it. Okay. There were 3.5 hours of arguments in a pair of cases from Idaho and West Virginia. Majority justices appear to agree with the states that the laws can remain in place, even if it's not clear how broadly their ruling might sweep. Incredible.
Idea of populism in general. I think from what I've seen with populism, as it's generally understood, is on the left or the right, is that it's a lot of bluster.
Something to be an obligation for me to standard would be like if we were in a major fiscal crisis. Oh my God, I can't speak. We need to cut something. USAID would be a consideration on the chopping block. Okay. That's just kind of a weird... For something to be an obligation for me, the standard would be like, if we were in a major fiscal crisis, we needed to cut back on something, USAID would be a consideration on a chopping block. I mean, I think you can hold... Obviously, you're like, ought implies you can't... Obligation, I think, implies that, like, your obligations are indexed to your... Oh, thanks for the... To silver stars, Sauce Raba. Welcome in. Let's go. Hell yeah. Can we get some jewels in chat? Let's get some happy poops. Your obligation is indexed to like what you can provide. Now, technically, I understand you, but obviously, like during a fiscal crisis, technically, probably, we'd be able to provide USAID funding if we really wanted to, and just cut back on other things, but.
A lot of simplification, a lot of raised expectations, and pretty much nothing when it comes to delivery. And we've just seen it recently with the situation with Keir Starmer resigning in the UK, in the sense that you've got this centre-left politician who has made a few legislative errors, but on the whole done like far better than his predecessors in the Conservative Party, and has actually, interestingly, appeased the populist left and right about as much as you possibly can within reason, whether it was on immigration or on Palestine for the left and right, respectively. But he got nothing for it, because ultimately the real thing that populists on either side here opposed was the thing that you can't really give up, which is like liberal institutions and some level of like rule of law and the liberal status quo. So I think that's kind of where the rift between populism and liberalism really shows more than the rhetoric. Anyway.
Let's talk about it. I think that let's just.
I think that's probably fair. I think that's what I was saying earlier. Like I don't know how I would index it exactly, but populism probably has to be more than just merely like us for something or whatever. That's obviously like what are the key elements or whatever. And I don't like that type of thinking. I don't like what it encourages in people, the zero-sum games. I think it leads to people doing it or whatever. But conceivably there are cases where that type of rhetoric is good. But I think it's fair to say, insofar like typically when we say populist, it's people who are anti-establishment indexed to the liberal establishment status quo. We wouldn't say the people in Iran are the Iran protesters like that are really like populist. But maybe some people would, I don't know.
To address what Lonerbox just said, I think first, that populism necessarily is antithetical to liberal institutions. Is that a fair recitation of what you just said at the end there?
I think that is going to, I mean, obviously we need to define this before we move on, but if the definition of populism necessitates anti-liberal institutions, then like obviously you can't be a liberal progressive, because it would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative liberal, right? Like these things are at odds with each other. I think it can, and there are plenty of examples of populism opposing liberal institutions and status quo, but if that's the only way that we're defining populism, then I think this like debate is kind of pointless. And if it's I oppose it only when it opposes the status quo, then you're saying I don't like it when it's bad, which is kind of what we're saying too. I'm not really sure like how that's going to allow us to move the conversation forward if we're just saying...
Sorry. But to be clear, when we talk about conservative liberals who have problems with institutions, are you talking like MAGA conservatives or just like your standard, like your like whatever is left?
I was just trying to use it as like it's an oxymoronic ideology where like you can't really hold both of these positions.
What is this? The long, slow death of social democracy. Wow. What's about? What is this? Why do I care right now? Reconnecting photos are going to be extremely difficult for the Brahmin left. Okay. Gender ideology. Climate catastrophism.
If you're saying like the one necessitates opposition to the other.
Sure. I mean, see, what you want to say, what we should be saying is what ingredients are critical to defining populism that in themselves make it impossible to live alongside liberalism, right? At that point, then it's no longer just a self-referential thing where we're defining it by being bad, but it's actually, if we think of something as being bad because it doesn't live alongside liberalism, then it is bad, right? So for example, the notion of pragmatism, right? Okay, you could say that populism doesn't a priori go against liberalism, but can it live alongside pragmatism, for example, which I'd say is a key component of liberalism.
Well, I want to give it to Ryan. Ryan was trying to get in there. Go ahead.
I wanted to clarify something that Loderbox said. Did you say that Bernie Sanders is or isn't a populist in your eyes?
Bernie Sanders is an odd one because when he's campaigning in primary season or whatever, he is quite populist when it comes to like his rhetoric towards the Democratic Party. But then he kind of like when it's Democrats.
Well, he's never even. I mean, he's never been in a general election other than the Senate, right? Bernie Sanders is, I think, obviously pretty clearly a populist. When is he not populist? I don't.
Is much more willing to make peace with the liberal establishment to some degree, but I would maybe put him in.
He's never been in that. Because I don't know what he's on about. I don't know what we're on about here. I'm curious. What are your thoughts on Prax Ben? He does seem like a decently well-read guy. I mean, I think he's like obviously well read in the sense that like he's a internet like debater guy, and he's been doing it for a while, so like he knows a lot of the memes on either side of things and has read a decent amount of stuff or whatever. I don't know. He seems a little. Some of the stuff seems a little silly to me. I remember him and Charsky, I think, had some debates that are funny. I remember there being some Discord drama over it. It was just about it was about some issues with central planning. I think there was some paper that was essentially estimating how hard it would be to solve like the computation problems with like a centrally planned economy, the economic calculation problem of that with modern computing and AI tools and such. And it like said it would be an absurdly long time, but it like just made a math error. And although it's still like a absurdly long time and not feasible, it's like not nearly as long as the paper suggested. I remember him and Chomsky had a big thing about that. A dinner with Charlie Kirk or dinner with George Floyd? Well, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know if I would enjoy either, though. To be so. I don't know. I feel like it'd be fun to talk to Charlie Kirk more, I guess. I don't know how much counting or not counting advertisers. I don't know, like, what. I don't know how tuned into politics George Floyd even was or anything.
In a different camp from the likes of like someone like Morales, or on the right would be like Farage or something like that. Yeah,
would you call Zohran Mamdani a populist?
Again, Zohran Mamdani is another example of someone who seems to have had much more populist rhetoric when he was campaigning, and from my, I don't know much about his.
I think he's still pretty populist rhetoric right now. He hasn't really what does he back down on from his campaign? George Floyd was a great artist. He did have rap songs, right? In that porn video, mostly unpolitical, you could have say.
His current status, but it hasn't. Am I wrong in saying that Mamdani's been more of a trajectory towards moderation and compromise, like with his whole the left-wing populists having an issue with him in Hochul, or like,
depends on who you ask, I guess. Would you call FDR a populist?
By today's definition, no.
I think that if you're excluding all of these people from your definition of populism, I think it's not a very useful definition of populism. I mean, any definition of populism.
I guess I don't know. It's probably fair to consider FDR populist. probably. I don't know how. I mean, the fireside fucking chat things. I think that's like that's obviously he's trying to tap into some populist sentiments with that one.
Populism that I saw.
He's trying to seem like less of an elite. He's trying to.
Post 2016 moment explicitly included like people like Bernie Sanders, just as a to make the point, and people like Jeremy Corbyn, to make the point that like there was this sort of broad-based populist swell kind of across the political spectrum. So I think whenever you're talking about this isn't the definition of populism that anyone would understand, I think your definition of populism is much too limited. I think if a definition of populism that doesn't include people like Bernie Sanders and FDR is a definition of populism.
Well, to be clear, it can involve Bernie Sanders quite easily, but would you not also agree? Well, for example, would you not say Bernie Sanders is a little bit different when he is on a primary season when it comes to his rhetoric against the more moderate wing of the Democratic Party versus when he's going against Republicans?
I think that Bernie Sanders and the millionaires and the billionaires rhetoric is classic left-wing populism. I think most people include him in that category. Yeah, I don't think that's a hard one.
I mean, it's appealed to some people, but do you not think that perhaps some of this populist rhetoric of Sanders may have actually held him back from a certain part of the voter base? He could have had the same policies, but without the populist dressing, right?
Maybe so, but that's a different question. I mean, whether or not it's electorally effective is sort of a different...
That is a different question, although I bet that it's probably more the policies than the rhetoric that held him back. Because I think many of the policies Americans are probably well to the right of Bernie on, but because he uses the populist rhetoric, it appeals to people.
Question.
Well, I'm appealing to you on this part, saying that he's at least had
Spare me.
In some of his rhetoric and the way he's campaigned. But it also begs the question whether we should consider that actually successful in the long term. He doesn't seem to have had as much success as he could have done potentially, right?
Sorry, I mean, we can definitely talk about whether or not it's effective in a campaign, and that's an important discussion to have. But I think what we're talking about is whether or not populism is or is not compatible with liberalism.
Yeah, I want to answer your question.
What's up, Roger fan? I'm legit unsure. Oh my God, I can't speak. I'm legit unsure. A sort of key point of how FDR thought about the New Deal was that he was sort of the unofficial nobility of the U.S. and he could create sweeping changes to the social contract without asking anyone else, hence the New Deal. Yeah, that might be fair. I don't know. I don't know if he fits into cleanly into what we consider populism today, but is Zohran misspelled in the title? Oh, it very well could be. Yeah, it is. Fuck! I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I can fix it.
Question, Letterbox, because you're like, yeah, does he say more radical, more populist things during the primary? Absolutely, because he's trying to differentiate himself from the other candidates in the same way Zohran did, but the same way liberals will be more gung-ho on healthcare. Go back to the 2020 primary, how many liberals were all raising their hand for Medicare for all, for funding illegal immigrant healthcare, things like this, but they obviously tone this down when they're in office, in the same way Zohran is going to mediate a little bit and work with someone like Hochul, the same way Bernie Sanders is going to work with institutions when he thinks he needs to. That doesn't mean he's not a populist. And if your definition of populism is the more and most extreme things I've ever said, or the people who will never ever work with the system, then again, we're getting back to the populism is just when it's the bad thing I don't like, which seems to kind of belie what Brian and I are getting at, which is there's plenty of ways you can be populist and also work with systems and use both of these things without rejecting the other.
And this is more than I think.
Let Ryan, hold on. Just let Ryan finish up, and then we'll give it to Letterbox. I promise.
Sorry, just to be clear, this is sort of the whole kind of thesis of my video, right? Which is that we are rightly afraid of the.
I think populism too.
In the post-2016 era.
Yes, populism is one thing I don't like. And I feel like Letterbox is I don't think Soyful or Ryan are necessarily being unfair, but no, put a spear in me, it's over. Oh yeah, it's a spear me. Real. Kill me. But Letterbox earlier said there's probably some element of populism that has to be against some type of liberal institution or whatever. And not just merely the us versus some rhetoric or whatever. Because Letterbox would agree, obviously there's ways to use the us versus them rhetoric type of stuff that's can be in a liberal way and can be not good. This dude,
anyone a socialist. Unironically, the Republican Party did the boy who cried wolf.
Oh boy.
They've been bad.
It's your nemesis. That's true.
But with social.
I don't think he knows who I am.
In general, I mean, the Trump movement has been bad. But it's not bad because it is populist. It's bad because it's illiberal. And I think we've become afraid of populism when the fear should be illiberalism. And I think that there's plenty of historical examples to back up that liberalism and populism don't have to be incompatible. But I jumped in front of you there, Letterbox. Please continue.
So is populism to you, does it just not include elements like disdain for institutions, liberal institutions, or does it not include things like this constant appeal to the
what's up, Rosh?
The moral the moral clarity of the common man versus the faceless bureaucracy? Does that just
no? It does. It's just not. It's not a necessity, right? So if Bernie Sanders says, "I think that the healthcare institutions are working against your interest to get you universal healthcare," that's populism, right? But if he then says, "And I don't think we should, destroy liberal bureaucracy in general to get it," I think we can vote and get it and let it happen. That's also working with a liberal institution to work towards a populist idea. But these are inherently contradictory, and he's not trying to tear down the entire system, right? So yes. Opposition to liberal institutions is part of populism. It's not a necessity, and that does. If it was a necessity, then necessarily liberals and progressives literally could never work together, which I just don't think is the case.
I think I would phrase it as opposition to the establishment. I think populism is generally an anti-establishment philosophy. I would say that that's not.
That's the point to go after. For what it's worth, the moral purity of the common man is illiberal. Unfortunately.
Not exactly.
I mean, I feel like it's in some sense, that's the issue. Well, actually, I don't know if Lunar Rocks really appealed to that or whatever, but like, in some sense, that's kind of the issue.
Advantage right now. The establishment for the last 10 years. I mean, we can talk about the Biden interregnum, but the establishment for the last 10 years has been the graft and corruption of Trump. He's been the main character of politics for the last 10 years. He is the establishment. I think liberals would be right to take on an anti-establishment tone.
So are the anti-establishment? So the anti-establishment protesters in Iran, who are quite a lot of whom are pro-monarchy.
Okay, so you're going to Iran, but obviously that like a populist rhetoric. I mean, said this earlier. There can be ways in which like it's used against a lot of the corruption of Trump or whatever that I even think is like not good. But like clearly the anti-establishment is not just indexed to like the current administration or the current main character or whatever. It's also like when Bernie is talking about healthcare, when other populist politicians are talking about healthcare and pharmaceutical companies and the donor class and the Epstein class, this is clearly indexed more to just the general like status quo than it is any particular main character or person or administration. Like Bernie had arguably like populist rhetoric before, I guess kind of at the same time as Trump, the 2016 primary, right? But
or pro the monarch. Are they populist to you? Because they oppose a corrupt.
But even before, I mean, not fit as cleanly into populism before this or whatever. But like Bernie used to be like more anti-immigration. I think he had like anti-free trade takes and stuff before, well before Trump did. I don't know how much he was like rhetoric maxing on them in populist ways at that time, but
establishment on behalf of and claim to be the voice of the people.
I suppose they could be. It's like the protesters that wanted to depose the restored Bourbons in France after the defeat of Napoleon, and so they supported the citizen king Louis Philippe, right? So it would be a similar situation where that was a populist movement to install a monarchy against an absolutist regime. I see the similar thing happening.
Instead of being intellectual, Ryan, wait, let's tone it down for us adults, right? Okay, like Trump is a populist, right? Like the idea that these people are, hey, he's anti-deep state and I'm going to elect him. And also, I'm okay with him subverting laws, doing dictatorial shit. Like they basically would be okay with this sort of right-wing king. And like you might even be able to call them monarchists in certain scenarios, but like they're still populist, right? They're still using the us versus them, only he can fix it. There's an establishment that doesn't care.
Old left is weird as hell, to be fair, non-fawn.
And he's the one with all the answers, right? So like whether or not they support a theocracy versus...
I mean, how old are we talking? But yeah,
liberal democracy is not whether or not they support populism. He is populist, but the bad part is not the populism there necessarily.
Okay, but that's why I'm asking you. Like, so it seems to be that you're saying the protesters in Iran and Trump are in a way they are just as populist by your definition, no?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, well, you keep saying they could be, but I think you're saying it could be because you know that if you ask the average like political commentator, do you think the protesters in Iran who wanted to depose the regime and bring back temporary rule of the Shah, they generally wouldn't call that populist, though, would they?
I don't know enough about the Iran protesters to say whether or not they should be called populist. I would say that there's nothing inherently incompatible about opposing an absolutist regime with a monarch and calling that populist. That's an absolutely compatible thing. That was what the French did in the Revolution of 1830.
I mean, but Ryan, you're using the term establishment here. I mean, do you not think this is a pretty vague concept that can just be imprinted on a whole host of institutions, on sectors of society, billionaires, for example, and use that as
Populism is a vague concept, but I'm not just pulling that out of thin air. Merriam-Webster defines populism as a political philosophy or movement that represents or is claimed to represent the interests of ordinary people, especially against the establishment.
Took 20 minutes. We got the Merriam-Webster, though. Let's go.
I mean, I think this is sort of a problem with populism as an ideology, right?
There's more details if you read the studies on populism than that, right? I mean, for one, it's not just about victims, it's about perpetrators. And it becomes this narrative. That's where the us and them narrative comes from. There has to be a them as well, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and so the them is sometimes...
People are essentially left, people who are essentially left conservative. They are very left in economics, but socially very conservative. They're focused more on class, defending populism, appealing to the dictionary in many such cases.
The establishment, it's sometimes scientists, if you're on, anti-vaxxers on the right and that kind of thing. But
and sometimes it's the economic royalists suppressing the people in the Great Depression, or sometimes it's the slave power controlling the federal government and expanding slavery out west. Sure, but sometimes it's the crown oppressing the colonial subjects in the American colonies.
But you can also reflect on that. This is also... That's a reaction to natural situation that's going on. So a narrative builds up and you start to realize, okay, yeah, but sometimes you have this narrative built upon really vague and loose foundations, loose definitions, and then you start to fit all your policy, all your argument into that narrative, and so you start to work backwards from the conclusion. Do you not think this is also an aspect of popularism? That they just create this framework for the world and then they just start imprinting it everywhere that they can?
It can be. Let me answer this by saying, what do we do if there actually is a corrupt elite establishment hurting the country? Because I think that's what we have right now. We have a corrupt establishment in the Trump administration and all his supporters in the big business and media that are hurting the country. I think that is a fact, I would say. How do we talk about that then?
We talk about the system that created them in the first place, right? There's just as much of a symptom as they are the problem. And if we forget...
Oh boy, oh no. That arguably is the more popular thing to do, is say this, Trump is a symptom, not the cause or whatever. The real roots lie in the evil capitalist nature or the wealth inequality that existed beforehand. Yada yada yada. It's arguably the more populist thing to say. I don't know, like I said, I think there are ways that there could at least be populist or pseudo-populist ways to message on that stuff, and fine, whatever. I just don't know. Like, even, like I said, with John Ossoff earlier, like, there are ways in which, like, John Ossoff does it. But usually it's so much, it's even John Ossoff himself just does it in a much, much more broad sense that I think it's just bad. I think it's just bad. Have you seen California's billionaire tax proposition? Yeah, I watched Gavin Newsom talk about it earlier.
But they're symptoms. They're not really getting.
Well, actually, you're talking about Gavin Newsom was talking about like a national one on Twitter, a true minimum tax, I think he called it, or you're just talking about the one-time wealth tax California wants to do.
With the illness problem, we're just putting some cream over a rash we have on our skin. It's a symptom. I mean, it's a symptom of something really complex, and it's a complex problem to deal with. It's why people are going to be super unhappy.
It's complex. It's nuanced.
Because they suggest simple solutions for complex problems. And the simple solution that you just get rid of these people one day.
Well, that's part's kind of true, but
tax whatever simple solution you want, and you solve the problems that way. People are going to be super disappointed. Why? Because the problems are structural. They're to do with a system that needs to be more dynamic, reflect the fact we live in an era of social networks and not old printed newspapers, which is another aspect of.
This is the one-time seizure that's unconstitutional or costs CA money, morons. Is it actually going to cost CA? It was my impression. Oh shit! I clicked on the video again. It was my impression that it probably would be a net revenue raiser, but there would be a non-zero amount of capital flight, obviously. You can cry about it, but it's your own rhetoric shows you're an angry. Oh, you're talking to easy money.
Did in the past. That's why we can look at some populist things that FDR might have said and say, well, okay, but that wasn't amplified through a viral post in the end, right? So we have to think about.
I just interject and say, I think whenever people talk, there are new challenges that are posed by social media, but I think whenever people talk about the unique danger of like the amplifying effects of social media.
Oh, it'll cost them money to defend in court because it's unconstitutional. Oh, okay.
I think it would behoove people to go back and read what some of those newspapers were actually printing. I mean, the French Revolution and the Reign of Terror was spurred on by self-printed political pamphlets, right? We've lived in an age of sort of democratic media before. In a lot of ways, that era of like the monoculture in the mid-20th centuries was the anomaly rather than the norm. So I just want to say, if we're depending on that sort of monoculture to maintain liberal democracy, I think we better figure out how to move beyond that, because I think
I agree. But do you not think it's a bit of an issue if we just start talking about these elites, including like the genuine symptoms of a serious problem, that being Trump and cronies like Farage, right? Which we share, and we agree is a bit.
Shall it get more immediately challenged if it's not been challenged already? I believe it is being challenged. I could be wrong.
Big problem. But if we just start treating it as like the key thing, we get rid of that and everything goes back to hunky-dory, then we might find ourselves pretty disappointed because new Farages, new Trumps emerge because we haven't looked at systemic problems because they're complex and we have a single solution.
So you're absolutely right. We should not talk about getting rid of these guys and everything goes back to hunky-dory. But that's also not what liberal populists have proposed in the past. We can talk about Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, where he promises a new birth of freedom, not a return to the old freedom, right? We can talk about
the past.
Okay, I'm not sure if that fits in the populism. Well, it says inevitable legal challenges, but I don't know. I thought there was already a lawsuit about it, but I could be wrong. Two particular arguments are worth highlighting: that the initiative retroactively establishes a wholly new tax rather than simply modifying existing one, and the tax is not apportioned for those who depart the state. It even extends to post-departure with wealth accumulation. The former challenges the validity of the January 1 residency date, while the latter argues against a December 31 valuation date and continued taxation after a taxpayer's mid-year departure. One out of provision retroactively taxing residents of California as of January 1st, so there's no capital flight. Yeah. I think, although that might be one of the parts that's not legal about it. But there's obviously some future expectation there. And then there's just like valuation games and such that people can play. Not in itself unconstitutional, but the federal and state governments routinely make certain tax changes, both increase and reduction, retroactive to the beginning of the year. Notably, however, the court specified that the period of retroactivity was modest and that Congress had acted promptly to address its error, though the majority stopped short of specifying requirements in these areas. With similar ambiguity, Earlier cases like Welch v. Henry held that a tax is not necessarily unconstitutional because it's retroactive, but that is validity hinged upon whether retroactive application is so harsh and oppressive so as to transgress the constitutional limitation. So we'll see. Who knows?
Today, well, 1 second.
Right, it's a different time, right?
It's a different time.
So stupid. We literally have a constitutional amendment to get income tax, wealth taxes. Yeah, but I think there's California could do like a state level wealth tax. I'm not sure it'd be unconstitutional for California to do that. On the national level, I think it'd be almost certainly at least ruled unconstitutional to do a wealth tax without a constitutional amendment. But I don't think it would be. There's probably legal ways to do a wealth tax in California. Arguably taking rather than a tax. Yes, expropriating. Sowell quote about greed is always very present. Wow. Thomas Sowell. Whoa.
But it's the same ideology. And we're having a discussion on whether or not liberalism is compatible with populism. My contention is that liberalism has historically and remains today compatible with populist rhetoric. I think it's totally fair to cite historical examples of liberalism and populism existing in harmony to make that point. You disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. As I say, it goes back to the pragmatic kind of dynamic approach of liberalism, right? Let me see if I can find my quote. One quote from FDR I want to quote. If I can find my things here. Right. So, for example, he said, if it fails, admit it frankly and try another, but above all, try something. So he was very much pro-pragmatism. I mean, we can, quote...
Thomas Sowell quote, more like, why is not fun so swole? That's true.
Context. But the fact is that you have to look at the general length of time that the politician's been in power. FDR was very much pragmatist. I'm sure you'd agree with this. And pragmatism goes completely against these notions of populism. I'm sure you'd agree that populism at least sometimes oversimplifies.
You're baking it. One at a time. Well, I just want to say, reason you're baking it into the definition. Like, populism necessarily is when they do it too simple and stupid, which is like, yeah, if that is the distinguishing factor between a populist and a pragmatist, then by definition, populism is bad and we shouldn't do it. But what Ryan and I are contending is that no, populism can and does, we'll admit, offer simple solutions to complex problems, which will cause brain rot. We don't like this, but can also.
I think it's clearly like a defining feature of populism that it is like a simple story or like a simple explanation, and technically I'm like some of them could be true. I don't think like almost any of them are true, but I think that is like a defining feature of populism. It'd be like you can engage in like populist rhetoric and still like be a pragmatist, like when it comes to like actually doing legislation and such. But like the rhetoric itself and the proposed solution, like policy solution, even if you're like pragmatically, you come to compromises with the other people in your party and maybe the other party as well, and such and such and such. But like the proposed solution and the narrative, I think it is kind of a defining feature that it is like a simplistic, oftentimes us versus them thing.
Say, hey, here's the issue, but I'm not going to say exactly how I'm going to solve it. Like saying we need to fix healthcare is not a simple solution. It's a populist answer to we need to do something about this.
And then you can have. Sorry, but
it's not populist.
You would seriously say that FDR is not a populist?
I would say some of his rhetoric was bordering on populist. I would say, and as I said before, and this is a subtle importance here, he was responding to a situation and built a narrative around it. Populism, from what I see, maybe it can be a reaction to something of yesteryear where there was a reason to put a narrative, but it clings onto that narrative for all its life and then plants it everywhere and just keeps doing that, even when it doesn't really fit, when it's something more complex.
So can I tell you a problem that I'm having here? So I'm trying to give some historical examples of liberalism and populism coexisting, right? But we've rejected the idea of turning to history because that's not pragmatic. But at the same time, I feel like these.
Well, then you can respond. I promise.
Well, no. I mean, if that's not what you mean, I mean that's what I took you to mean.
I mean, the only reason, but there's two issues with looking back in history. Firstly, even if it worked then, it may not work now. And secondly, in the case of FDR, there's.
Hold on, they're not. Just to be clear, what I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, or mischaracterizing you. But what Ryan is trying to say is that even like whether it's effective is another question, but at least in the instance of FDR, his claim is that FDR was a liberal and a populist both, and therefore, at least on some level, they can work together. Whether it works or not, right? Whether it's pragmatically efficient or not, isn't what he's trying to get at. Is that a fair characterization of what you just?
Yeah, no, that's
FDR actually could win a populism. He's a populist for the good and the bad. I don't think I don't think populism, to be clear, is like even able to be well enough to find to like have strict classifications or whatever. I don't think it fits into like what most people think of populism today, but obviously a lot of it is, I mentioned earlier, like I do think there are many ways in which we're populist. It's funny, I'm gonna get triggered again. I still think you're no prugs who the whole party's beholden to believe a watered down form of the labor theory of value, all driven by the misunderstanding of what profits reflect and what subjective value is. I just don't think this is true. And I think earlier when you say, do another thing earlier, if I can. I think it's just the same issue that you have with, like, I think what your misreading of like Matt Brunegg is. I think it, like, some leftists, I agree, I've talked to a lot of them, do have misunderstandings of what profit is and the incentives and information that prices can contain. But like a lot of it is simply a difference over entitlement, over what you are entitled to, over if you are entitled to, you know, the value of assets in your portfolio by nature of you investing the money, right? Like, is it, or even a lot of liberal, plenty egalitarian liberal people, whether or not you're entitled to your labor income, even, right? I think that is at least of the more educated class, that is a distinction. It's not labor theory of value to have a different theory of what entitles you to any given resource. I don't think most products believe in labor theory of value. The craziest ones, yeah. I mean, I think it's all. I understand to some extent what Easy Money, like, I don't think Easy Money would say like literally most progressives believe in like the actual labor theory of value. I think what he's saying there is he said like war reform or whatever. They believe that labor is primarily responsible for creating wealth and growth and such and such and such. That's why there's a lot of rhetoric about unions and workers being ripped off and corporate profits going up a ton or whatever. There are plenty of people with, like I said, bad ideas in that. But I do think a big divide is simply something that Easy Money, I think, has struggled to understand in the past before we fought about just the interpretation of like Matt Brunegg's work. It's just a difference over the sort of theory of entitlement they have. Even if it's implicit and they aren't literally expressing it as like a theory of entitlement. I think it's like a more, maybe not classical liberal, but like liberal progressive view that you are not necessarily entitled to the value of assets, not necessarily entitled to even your labor income, at least in certain cases.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Your video was very clear and concise, and I appreciated that. And one aspect you did with regards to FDR was you put it in context of this crazy rise of fascism and the whole economic situation in which the US was in at the time. And this is my point, that the narrative developed out of a genuine context, rather than, if FDR was still having this narrative, in the 60s or another time, then I would have said he was populist, because he held on to that narrative.
Brunegg literally has Rawls in his profile picture. Yeah, I know.
Continued with it. It's perpetual.
But that's why I don't know if he's still here. He might be getting triggered right now or something. Like I made this point to him in the past. Maybe he has a different interpretation or whatever. He will say non-fun. Look at this crazy thing Brunegg says about, people essentially not being entitled to the value of assets. He doesn't believe in the time value theory of money. He doesn't understand that. Why people defer consumption and take a risk when they invest money. And my reading of Brunegg suggests that he understands that like that is how the market is rewarding these people. He just doesn't believe. Usually his point is an internal critique on some type of desert theory that other people present for why people are entitled to like their labor income or even the value of their assets. He's saying, by the standards of John Locke, by the standards of a lot of these other people, why are you entitled to the income that your assets generate for you? It doesn't seem to meet their own standards for what entitles you to that output. It's an internal critique there, and I think Easy Money misreads that. And I think there's a lot of that potentially Easy Money, I'm gonna get on you or anything, misreads as believing the labor theory of value or not believing in certain things when it is just a difference over entitlement. I was stressed. I think Brunegg is a bit of a dumbass and a grifter more than most other people on the wonk left do, but he very much does not believe anything related to the LTV. Yeah, I know. Clearly, I believe in watered down LTV. I mean, I don't know your position, Ross, but
us and them, victimization. But victimization is a key part of.
He might characterize you as
populist rhetoric. It's another thing. It's not.
I'm Easy Money is my mod. Okay, I love Easy Money. Okay, we all love Easy Money. All right.
Some of the description has been oversimplified. I'd agree. We shouldn't go to the point of just saying, well, describing it as a bad thing and therefore it's bad. That's silly. But there are certain ingredients to it, like oversimplifying problems, or certainly we could say simplifying problems, that then start to appeal to its weaknesses. I mean, you'd agree that simplification is part of the process of popularist narrative, right?
For sure, simplification is part of populism. Simplification is not always bad, though. Simplification can be a good thing. But well, no, sorry, I'm not trying to accuse you of saying that. But I hate to quiz some.
Would you say like defaulting to a corrupt establishment or a corrupt conspiracy, almost like a conspiratorial like explanation for a problem? Would you say that's like quite a populist tendency?
If you'll, I hate to. Can I put a pin in that for just a second and ask? Yeah. Sorry, my bad. I do want to get to that. I hate to quiz y'all too much about like American politics, but you mentioned like the '60s. Like, would you consider Lyndon Johnson to be a populist if you know anything about him?
What, Civil Rights Act and saying the N-word in private? No, I don't know in much way.
I mean, with the Great Society, with the
real populists say the N-word in public.
I don't think that's populist. No.
Declaring a war on poverty, you don't think that's a populist thing?
I don't know if he did it. I don't know if he rhetorically used like populist points to do that. I think like in some sense it's a populist policy, but I don't think populism is just understood to mean policies that help a broad group or are intended to help a broad group of like people in the bottom 50% or something. But he could have used, it wouldn't surprise me if there was plenty of like populist rhetoric attached to it where he said stuff adjacent to the modern day, corporate profits going up a ton, yada yada yada. But I'm not certain he did or didn't do that. Real populists do everything and has backroom deals in the Senate. That's true.
To do.
I don't know. I still don't know exactly what your definition of populism is.
Well, just for my edification, can you explain what makes that populist, Ryan?
Well, real quick, Ryan, like the FDR thing, like if we're like specifically making the elites versus common people, he literally talks about the common working people. He talked about like the economic royals. Like to say anything but he's a populist, I think is ridiculous. I don't know as much about LBJ, but like does he have that sort of like us versus them stuff when he did War on Poverty?
I mean, yeah, for sure, but it's not super relevant. I want to get to what Lindenbach is saying.
But just to describe something you're saying, so like, no, I don't think anyone would deny, and I've read this from a few people who like where political scientists talk about populism. They'll talk about populist rhetoric, which is obviously employing that kind of like those kind of speech patterns when you're dealing with a situation where there actually sometimes is a very powerful group that is like fucking over a large swathe of the population. But I don't really ever see populism as meaning like just people versus establishment, or like I think there is generally like it's like the whole thing about how you define what a game is, right? And how there are all these different variables that can sometimes come and go depending on what game you're talking about. But I think it's the same with populism. Like a populist isn't just someone who's people versus establishment or us versus them. It also usually, but not always for each different category, will have some kind of constellation of traits, whether that is a constant like moralizing around the people versus like the morally corrupt elite, or whether it's oversimplifying problems and like defaulting or like very much veering or being biased towards conspiratorial explanations for why there are certain problems, or especially the way they define their political opponents as enemies of the people as well. That's why that's why I'll come back to the same thing.
Wicksloff was up, Dylan. Indeed.
There's a reason that generally protesters against the regime in Iran or like people in Tiananmen Square were typically not described as populist, even though they were very people versus elite, right?
Was that to soy pill?
No, was that just to me? Sorry, I didn't know if Ryan wanted to go right away. I mean, no, I understand this, but again, it seems like you're baking in more stuff that I don't like that is very common with populism and saying it's not populism unless it contains this, and I just don't think, I don't know, I feel like it's a proprietary definition.
Well, I think it just needs like, again, you're not going to get like a perfect time of like how many of these traits are in what quantity do you need to call this populist. But like, okay, if I ask everyone in the panel right now, when Mamdani says, I like the bus system, I think it should be, we should tax the rich to make it free. That's one position. And then the second position is when he's a few years back saying that when the boots of the IDF are when the boots of the NYPD are on your neck, that has been laced by the IDF. Which of these two positions do you think are more populist?
I don't know if you can quantify either of those as more or less populist. I mean, one is saying I want to tax rich elites to pay for the common person, which is populist, and the other is saying, hey, the establishment is using other governments to train their things in ways that come down on you, the common person, and this is bad. Like I think both of these are populist rhetorics.
And if someone told me to choose one over the other, or to say which one is more populist, I would probably say that the bus thing would probably fall more neatly under something like a social democratic or a democratic socialist position. Whereas the thing about the boots of the NYPD, in terms of its rhetorical flourish, in terms of its conspiracism, and in terms of its like appealing to this vague idea of like corrupt goings on behind the scene, like that sounds more populist to me. Like, but that's why
maybe I'm less familiar with that.
You said something interesting there to me. I think
I don't know. I agree. Populism is going to have tendencies towards the conspiratorial thinking and such that I don't like. That's why earlier I was talking about how I don't like voting people who promote that or whatever. But I don't know if I would say maybe I'm just tainted by the modern context of stuff or whatever. I don't view a lot of the like Israel Palestine stuff, even of like the super harsh like woke left or whatever, super crazy far left people, as like populist. Some of it is like a lot of the APAC conspiracy stuff I think is populist. 25% of the population believe that a creature called Gonzalo Glonzo caused high power prices by chewing through transmission lines. Any competent politician would be negligent in not trying to find a way to exploit this. Does that mean that people would be fucking morons? Trump has a natural advantage in these, with these voters people who give a shit about policy or reality, because we'll mumble something about hardening electronic infrastructure while trying to hide contempt. He'll say that the Marines will kill Glonzo under him. I mean, true, unfortunately. Exclamation point and Blue Sky in chat. Make sure to follow my... I don't even know if there's a command for that. I'm never on Blue Sky.
Whenever you talked about, populism as juxtaposed with like social democracy or democratic socialism, whenever I'm thinking about populism, and I think this is fairly well accepted. I don't think populism is in and of itself an ideology. Populism is to some extent a style of politics. This is why we can have.
Does everyone agree with this? I think this is important to actually get people to either agree or disagree with, because I think it'll be important. Does everyone agree with that? Agree with that statement that it's not so much an ideology, but a rhetorical flourish?
It's not just a rhetorical style, but it's a style of politics. It's not just the rhetoric, but it's the whole style of politics.
It's the reason why you can have conservative, liberal, like left-wing, right-wing populists. Like there's no like coherent. Oh, it's the group of populists, because these people are going to have completely different prescriptions and policies and ways of attacking and what problems they're even talking about. Like Trump is talking about the FBI is corrupt and doesn't care about you. This is not a populist left-wing thing. This is specifically for him and saying like this is why nothing ever gets done in Washington. Left-wing populism is going to be about...
is blaming the millionaires and the billionaires and
right. Yeah.
I agree that I agree it's not ideology in itself, but it's not just rhetoric either.
Blue Sky is nowhere near as bad as Twitter. You can actually have real discussions there.
The nature of...
You can have real discussions on Twitter in the right places.
Because it defines this narrative, and this narrative then forces certain policy positions, and so it polarizes and extremizes the policy of the parties that embrace populism. So it's, rather than a broad range of policies, it has a very simplistic view of what needs to be implemented, and it focuses on implementing that, and it's just interested in that. So the Green Party in the UK doesn't talk about green policy anymore. It's just interested in wealth taxes and things along those lines. It may talk about other things.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, sorry, Ryan, go.
Do you think whenever John Ossoff talks about like this is a government of, by, and for the Epstein class, and this is the most corrupt administration that we've ever had, and it's a government of, by, and for the millionaires and the billionaires, do you think that's unacceptably populist?
No, I think that goes into exactly what Lonerbox was pointing at.
I think it is. So that might just be indexed to his exact, because of what his exact solutions are. Populism style politics that can be ideologically captured, in my opinion. I think I would agree. I agree. It's not an ideology technically in and of itself, but also not on Twitter. You mean 1930s Germany? I do indeed. You guys just got another radio. Hold on, real quick. I just want to. I'm just
morality.
I'm curious what the fuck is going on here.
Because this is straight really far from that. You get to stop.
They actually get lesser sentences, lesser punishment, and
Congress doesn't unfortunately have the ability to affect stop and frisk on a state level, local level, only on a...
Historically, there's been high trust societies where this was not often a problem. Of course, there's always the occasional deviant, but the occasional deviant and what we have in today's society are two entirely different things. So,
okay, don't know what's going on there.
There's a really good paper called The Populist Zeitgeist by Muda. And he emphasizes that you can liberal movements can still take on occasionally populist rhetoric, but it doesn't make it populist. And that goes back to, I agree with Soipo's point that he's made twice now, that we should be careful about just boxing it into a definition which can't help but be bad. But at the same time, we have to be careful about leaving that box too open and having this very vague concept which just everything can be populist, right? And I think one of those key...
I don't think everything can be populist, but I think populism is about alleging to represent the interests of the common man against a corrupt establishment, elites, so on and so forth. How you define those things, how you define the common man, and how you define the elites or the establishment is what makes the difference between left-wing, right-wing, or liberal populism. It's a
victimhood, and there's a perpetrator. It's not some natural disaster, but there's actually a perpetrator. So these are key ingredients, right?
Yeah. Sure.
And within that narrative, do you not think that populist movements at least tend to, maybe it's again about a collection of properties and everyone has the exact property, I think that's a great kind of Wittgensteinian approach of Lernerbox's system. Do you not think that often that narrative then starts to define policy and the way the world is seen within that movement rather than looking at how the world is? And
I care about this part a bit.
Dynamic in the approach of realigning that narrative to fit when circumstances change. Do you not think there's a lack of dynamism there among populist movements to change that framing?
Could you give an example, maybe?
Well, not to appear, well, we can look at, it's easier on the right because we had far more right-wing populist movements, right? That, for example, when immigration levels change in the UK, they still complain, and they'll just start lying through their teeth because they can't admit to the change of the reality. So they have this narrative, and so they now have to start fitting with what little possibilities they have, how there's still this amazing flood of migrants, even though it's starting to go towards record lows, it goes below the number that's economically optimal for the UK, but they don't talk about that, they just find more excuses to fit that view.
Right,
or reason, maybe.
Why would you put this... Oh, sorry, go
ahead. Yeah, can I go to an American example, maybe? Because fuck British politics, who cares? No, tell me the
true.
AOC running as a populist, very much an us versus them, elites don't care, billionaires, very much Bernie rhetoric, and as she gets into office and has not, solved all the issues that she campaigns on, obviously, she's one House member, but there are a degree of the left-wing populist movements that are turning against her because they're like, oh, you're too establishment now, you didn't solve all these things, your easy answers or easy solutions that you profess didn't solve everything, and so this kind of has poisoned their brains into thinking now this person's not good, they're against me, and that's the danger of the populist rhetoric in general, how these things get co-opted into now turning otherwise populist people into bad guys. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, that was my initial point about I call this sugar rush politics, where you say something, you have a kind of a framework that's really, really appealing, and you get very strong support. They're often very vocal, so they sound bigger than they are in terms of numbers. But then they get unhappy later on. Either you're in power and you try.
She went to Munich.
Implement things and things don't.
I myself am a constructive populist by necessity, but left and right-wing populism is such brain rot. I mean, many such cases.
Work out, or it's just unsustainable, or you realize.
I want to hear. I know. So I guess Soypill thinks a lot of the probably populist stuff about healthcare is right, from what I've seen of his. I want to hear what. I wonder if Ryan thinks a lot of the populist rhetoric is right.
There needs to be pragmatism in your politics. I think the change in AOC is absolutely fantastic, and she's becoming a great politician. But yeah, I think part of the problem was actually she relied upon populist rhetoric to gain an audience at the beginning, and that's now become quite negative for her in the longer term. I think she could have done better if she hadn't appealed to it so much to start off.
You think she would have been able to win that primary originally in 2018 if she didn't run as a populist?
There's a whole
to unseat the Democratic whip, I think.
And we have to be careful with history, trying to frame it as some science experiment where we can change one variable and say, oh, what would happen otherwise, right? In either way, right? I mean, but I would say that there's a whole...
Intuitively, I think the answer is no there. I'm not sure if that's good, though.
People who would have voted for her, she wasn't so populist. And they're a lot less vocal because populism is a bit like being at a football stadium. Everyone really likes to cheer when populism's going on. But other people like watching other things a little bit more subdued, and you just don't hear them so much. This is why populist movements can seem really, really powerful, because a lot of them are, saying how wonderful the movements are, but when it comes to voting time, a lot of them disappoint at the ballot box. Not always,
but you won as a populist, so that's not really...
Yeah, I mean, this is the point.
Well, I can really support that approach. So I think that Democrat politicians, maybe that is their answer, is just be a populist for the ballot box, and then once you get into office, disappoint all your populist voters and actually just do a decent job as a politician.
But she's not a populist anymore.
Your advocacy here is just a lie to the public.
It's not even lying, because okay, this may be a more serious point. The thing you said about populism, whether or not it's an ideology, in a sense, it's not really, because it doesn't actually have, like, in a vacuum, it clearly doesn't have like a clear opinion on like what the economic or political system should look like. That's why you've got populist left and populist right with completely different views on what society should look like. But I think they do have very
well, economically, sometimes they're a lie.
Again, much more predictable, like default answers to problems, which is why, like, if I was talking about like a center right person or just a right winger versus a populist right, they say they were trying to explain why the grooming gangs thing happened. Well, a right winger would say, oh, it's just like it's political correctness gone mad or something like that. Whereas a populist is much more likely to say, well, it's like a liberal self-hating elite is like spreading this ideology.
Maybe he didn't even try to win a primary if she had to run seriously without being a populist, but focused on, say, steward socialism and constitutional services, arguable. I mean, I'm not certain or anything. It was 2018 she ran? It's going to be, hold on. It's all going to be newer stuff. Yeah, 2018 she was first elected. It might have been 2017 when the primary started or whatever. And I was, I was not into politics really around 2018. So I don't really know a ton about it. I've seen the ad of her being a waitress and stuff or whatever. Internally, my answer is no, but it could be I don't know, could be the case that she could have won on different grounds. Submit photo. Incredible.
So they can import the migrants and protect them because that's their vote. Like, it's much more conspiratorial and it's much more like hitting at the institutional level. I think that's maybe why, to come back to your question about, was it Ossoff talking about
healthcare? I'm a single payer guy myself. Oh, evil. Horrible. Bernie avoids healthcare to the right, but I'm willing to keep private insurance supplemental. It's good politics plus good revenue streams. Can't be that much. I mean, if private insurance is only supplemental, it can't be that much revenue. Callie literally didn't even try to campaign. She snuck up on him completely. Okay.
Trump being like a establishment of the absent, but like again, and maybe I'm just going off of instinct.
I mean, it might have just. I mean, it could be. I imagine he had some assumption that like he was safe, and maybe there was polling to suggest otherwise that for some reason he ignored. But there could also be the case that, had she run as a not a populist, he would have been right in the assumption that he's safe.
Yeah, but instinctively, I think a populist is the kind of person who would say that, but say also the Democratic establishment is a problem as well. Whereas I see someone like also who's clearly trying to replace that like Trump establishment with a Democratic establishment, and is fine with the Democratic establishment to at least to a degree that a populist wouldn't be satisfied with. But I don't know if either of you would disagree with that.
A lot of what also I'm pointing to from what I've seen, it doesn't. I think he personally is obviously like fine with the Democratic establishment, but the rhetoric he uses and even the policies he likes oftentimes are not in that direction. He will say like the parties are beholden to the donor, to the evil donor class, and he doesn't like explicitly. I don't think he has that often explicitly like criticized the Democrats or whatever, but clearly his rhetoric goes beyond just saying the Republicans are corrupt.
I mean, I would disagree. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I've been talking.
Ryan,
I'll go real quick
Ryan,
and then
you
go
have
to you.
something actually to say, so I built and waited.
No,
Yeah,
no, I
go
mean,
ahead, Ryan.
I would disagree that a populist is necessarily against the establishment of both parties. I mean, I don't think that's a necessary component. You have to frame your political project
Estimates not fun over 50 calls from Jay.
representing the common people against some kind of establishment. But I don't think it's necessarily. I think that's the key thing. I don't think that there's anything about populism that requires you to be against the establishment of both parties.
Would you say someone who is
Though
like
that
John
could be.
Ossoff? Let's say John Ossoff using his rhetoric against the MAGA. Is he more or less populist than someone like Kalinske?
Just
Like,
yeah, less
why
because
is-
Kalinske is
yeah.
going to have more, like encompass more people in what the
Kyle
elites are,
Kalinske, the
right?
political
Yeah,
person,
Kyle Kalinske,
commentator?
yeah.
The one
Oh,
who
I thought we were
stole
talking about a
my meme.
politician.
No,
I was-
Okay? this motherfucker, I'm not kidding. I made a little meme about the reflecting pool in Washington, and I made a little AI thing with JD Vance and being the monster. And
Oh,
it
you
being
made that?
everything. Yes, he
You
stole it.
typed a sentence into a prompt.
Oh damn!
I-
That's how you know he's a populist, because he stole the output of Wick. He redistributed the.
AI generated that, okay? And look, he stole it. He just took it. He didn't even like it. He didn't even retweet it. Anyway, sorry. Motherfucker, the elite Kyle Kalinske stealing from the common tweeter Wick. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Sorry.
I was losing my mind. I thought you were talking about another senator there for a second.
Elden Ring meme estimates.
No, Kyle Kalinske. Yeah, secular talk, yeah.
Well, it's AI generated, so it's the common heritage of mankind, anyways, right? So.
But yeah, refocusing, I would agree with you, Leonard. Like, obviously, Kyle is more populist, or he goes further with his populism than Ossoff because he is anti-establishment in general. He'll talk about the Epstein class, but he'll also say, and Democrats are corrupt and they don't want you to get what you want. They'll vote against your interests, right? So, like, he takes it to a larger degree. Yeah, they're
Because it's a much more essential part of his worldview. I feel like people like Kalinske kind of need a corrupt elite establishment somewhere to basically spread. Like, I feel like their worldview is just it depends on that. It's like, and if they can't find one, then we're going to find one. We're going to put something in that box before we start the next video. Whereas for someone like Ossoff, it's like I don't think they need that. It's more that they encounter it and they respond to it.
Yeah,
This is
well,
exactly my point
that's
about
exactly
the audio,
well,
yeah.
that's exactly.
I think that's probably fair.
As well, which is that right now the situation I think demands a somewhat populist
That's not-
description of reality. I think.
Okay, but if you
reality
agree with
right
Loaderbox, then that's not populism. That's kind of what you're pointing out, right? Isn't it, Lon?
I'm trying to figure out what you would say the difference is between populism and pluralism.
populism and pluralism.
I'm maybe more familiar with what pluralism means in the moral context. And in the political context, I think doesn't it just mean like coalition building and valuing the input of a bunch of different ideologies and such? Am I mistaken in that? The problem with Brunig's perception of said dessert base is that he excludes far more things from said base that are extremely relevant to your. But you can have that. You can have differing opinions on, if he's right about entitlement, right? I don't agree with him on entitlement, right? I'm not an egalitarian. Okay, I'm a utilitarian, right? So we're gonna have differences on that to some degree, but I think it's misreading him and mischaracterizing not all, but some progressives and or leftists and or socialists as being envious and just wanting to and having a misunderstanding of what profit and all these things are or whatever. I think a lot of it is a disagreement about entitlement. Whether that be identifying good opportunities, exercising judgment, gathering information, patience, timing, discipline, accepting uncertainty. But Matt, so now I don't know what you're getting. Yeah, Matt Brunig doesn't believe those things entitle you to the output or income, but he has like Rawlsian justifications for that. I disagree with some of those, but that's a disagreement about entitlement. That's exactly what I'm saying. The disagreement is about. I am jealous of you, Nafon. I want to have shrimp costume for memes. It was like $60 or something at Target. Okay, you can. If I was president, everyone could afford a shrimp costume. There'd be no more people who couldn't afford an emergency shrimp costume expense.
Yeah,
I'm not sure these are necessarily orthogonal. Like, I'm not sure these are necessarily contradictory things. Pluralism.
It's synonymous, or
no pluralism.
But I would also note that many of those often influenced by prior factors, such as earlier wealth and life. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like he has Rawlsian or other egalitarian justifications for like why those things don't entitle you to output. Like I think he would say things of that nature. I think he would say again a lot of times when he's doing this stuff or whatever, it's an internal critique. Again, everything you like link me on this to whatever, it's always like this is the standard that like John Locke said entitles you to the sweat of your brow, okay, that the labor the output of your labor, and this is why under that theory you wouldn't be entitled to assets Again, like Bruneck doesn't believe that like you're even entitled to your labor income necessarily, right? Like, so it's not like he's kind of arbitrarily excluding things from just with regards to the assets or whatever. There's just like deeper fundamental justifications about what makes society just.
Saying that they're not necessarily incompatible, but they're two separate things.
Yeah, they're two separate things. But pluralism is.
Or that ownership itself is not a productive activity, so owners do not morally deserve. No, well, not really. Again, what I've seen him write is an internal critique where he says, these are the standards by which people say you're entitled to like your labor income and like taxation or whatever is theft. And this is why owning assets does not meet that standard. But I don't think, or at least not his only like justification for why you're not entitled to the income that your assets generate is because it's not a productive activity. Because again, he doesn't think that you're entitled to my understanding, he thinks that labor is a productive activity, but he also doesn't think that you're entitled to your labor income. He thinks that, for example, disabled people who don't work are entitled to some amount of income, some amount of output from the rest of society, and therefore them not getting that output is like an unjust distribution, and that's why like taxing the labor earnings of other people to provide for them is not theft, and in fact is justified, right, and is morally good. To my understanding of his work, that is what he's arguing.
It's like the defense of many different groups in society, the ability for many different groups in society to exist kind of side by side. The Federalist Papers, they make an argument for pluralism, respecting the different, religious faiths of people, allowing a multiplicity of different factions to make ambition counter ambition. That's pluralism. But I don't see that as incompatible or really even related necessarily to populism.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, not so much whether or not they're incompatible, but what you would say the distinction is between them. But I mean,
well, I guess to me it's sort of like an apples and oranges thing. I mean, it's sort of like asking me what the difference is between the color red and like the Washington Monument.
Okay. What if I asked you? I'm trying to think. Okay. If someone said like, would you say anti-authoritarians? Is it possible to be anti-authoritarian but not populist?
To be anti-authoritarian but not populist?
Yeah.
Sure. I think a lot of the Democratic Party right now is anti-authoritarian but not populist.
Okay.
Like I think someone like Derek Thompson, the political commentator, co-author of Abundance, he's someone that I would consider anti-authoritarian but not populist.
Just like me, for real.
Yeah, he's like strictly anti-populist too. Like,
sorry?
He's like strictly anti-populist. Like in the example you give in his in your video, with his quotes.
Yeah, he defines himself as not populist, like explicitly.
So why isn't that enough of a narrative? Why do we have to have... I mean, the missing ingredient here seems to be that populism has this very strong emphasis on a definition of an establishment and does not change that. It's not dynamic to that as time moves forward. You're saying that there's an anti-authoritarian... you could be anti-authoritarian, so you have this perpetrator, should we say?
True.
Authoritarian perpetrator, which we can argue that.
Ownership is 100% contingent fact and roles in a framework. You don't need to have ownership. It's entirely whether ownership as a rule itself generates better outcomes for the worse off. Returns are simply not really. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Trump's got elements of that right now, but you don't have to be populist to have that as part of your narrative. You're saying that is possible.
I'm sorry, I was reading a super chat. I missed the latter half.
I feel like I have to scroll up to find this stuff or whatever.
You agree that you can be anti-authoritarian and not populist?
You can be anti-authoritarian and not populist. Yes, yeah, for sure. I think that's a lot of the Democratic Party right now.
This abundance you mentioned, it was because of like he was more of a technocrat.
Yeah. I think that's a fair way to.
Well, not just that. Well, not just that, Leonard. It's also like if you look at what he's.
This is exactly what I was. Oops. Exactly what I was looking for. Like there's one link you sent before. I think there are others that we have looked at as well. I linked that one. This is the one I'm referring to. But I think I literally like have this saved or whatever. I feel like we've had this guy argument before. You might imagine there are quite a few competing theories of distributive justice, including distribution is one that distributes to each person an amount commensurate with their contribution. Utilitarianism, distribution is one that maximizes the population aggregate utility. Egalitarianism, just distribution is one that maximizes equality or the condition of the worst off. And then he is talking about desert theory. And then he's explaining as an internal critique why he doesn't believe people are entitled to the asset value. Like he's saying an issue with this theory is that it would not actually entitle you to the things that people who believe in the theory believe you are entitled to. Speaking of Derek, I think narrative-less storytelling in politics is important for Derek to dismiss as for children. It's like ignoring 50% of politics. Well, I think he's just saying, I think he understands like the political, like why they're politically popular and like their political utility, I guess. But he's just saying it's not, the world is not actually that simple. Brunig is not a Marxist, for real. The central Marxian intuition is if ownership is itself produces nothing, then but yeah. So again, that's not he. As I read this, he's arguing, he's explaining desert theory. The most straightforward way to construct such an argument is to start by looking at the capitalist distributive result and then work backwards to find some way of defining desert, a desert base that, I keep saying desert, but whatever, that corresponds with a distributive result. If you can achieve that, others can still critique you, position by arguing that if you have chosen the wrong base or by rejecting desert theory altogether, but you at least have gotten an argument off the ground. This is not, he's not saying his position, he's doing an internal critique on this position. When it comes to the capitalist distribution of labor income amongst laborers, there's a plausible enough desert base, personal productivity. And then he's saying, but there's not one that exists for asset owners. So I don't know what you... I don't know what your contention is. Because I think like you're reading stuff like this or whatever. The capital distributions were being done according to undertaking risk. To this undertaking risk desert base, and person A and person B should receive the same distribution because they both have 100 desert tails. Also, person A and person B should receive a greater distribution than person C who has 0 desert tails. Instead, this happened. Person A investment works out and they receive 1,000. Person B's investment fails and they get 100. Person C's investment neither gains nor loses any money. So I think when you are like reading this or whatever, like you're assuming that Matt Brunig doesn't understand why, in fact, this distribution doesn't occur, or like why investments pay different amounts or something. Like he's doing an internal critique. The owner's capital is finite. Yes, he understands. I don't understand. Yes, he understands that. That's not the point. I'm going crazy. Enabling long-term production, creating incentives to it, like Brunig only thinks that performing labor creates value. I don't know if that's true. What's up, Count? Well, voting is the military industrial complex entertainment division. I don't know if it's true that Brunig only thinks performing labor creates value. I don't know if that's true, but I don't get that from from anything you've linked me. Do you understand? To this I respond, exactly the way compensating for risk is inherently incompatible with any desert theory. Exactly the way capital markets and capitalism works is incompatible with any desert theory. Do you understand? Do you understand this is an internal critique? Like, do you understand how this implies not that like he, but personally doesn't understand like mechanistically like what is happening? Brunig explicitly thinks that capitalism doesn't fit under its own desert-based justifications. Yes, that's the internal. It's an internal critique of the theory, though. Is it not? Like that's what he's doing. So I don't understand what you're. First of all, I don't understand how from that you're getting. He thinks that only labor can create value, and then I don't understand from that how you think he like has some. I don't understand what misunderstanding you think he's he's having here, because he's egalitarian and Rawlsian. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, he has Rawlsian justification for why you're not entitled to income from assets or labor. To my knowledge, he doesn't believe that you are inherently entitled to your labor income either. And you can, you can disagree with some of that, and I do disagree with some of that, right? I'm not really as egalitarian as he is, but I don't know, like, what misunderstanding you think is happening or anything. You linked this at one point a while ago. If you believe that individuals are only entitled as a matter of distributed justice to what they produce or an equivalent value thereof, you may very well say capital gains are not real income. In fact, they're even sometimes called unearned or passive income. Under such a view, one generally called desert theory, you could easily say that capital gains are themselves unfair. Like, under such a view. Can we get some happy poops in a chat for this one? Which one is he drinking? He's drinking juice. Happy boof. There's like a YouTube, there are YouTube jewels, and you can give me fucking happy poops. Wait, do I have membership I can give people? Oh, not yet. Next month. I don't know when, actually. I don't know when it resets. What's up, Zohran? For me, when it comes to politics, I just zone out. Not so much of it. Not so much of I don't vote, but I see this world in ones and zeros. So I get mad whenever I see people thinking it's only fight for X topic, feeling I think it should be this way because I feel like why? Yeah. I think it's incorrect about the desert base of capital owners. Do you? So I might not know what you mean by that. If by that you mean, do I disagree fundamentally about the theory of entitlement he has? Yes. If you mean the internal critique there is like not valid, then I would probably disagree. There might be some types of desert theory that get around the critique or whatever. I haven't like looked at it a ton or whatever, but the radical Rawls. Instead of abstractly reasoning about the mechanics of property rights, Rawls figures out what is distributably just, and then he uses that determination as a standard to measure whether a given property scheme is just. That's why Rawls can have multiple property systems that he deems distributably just, property owning democracy and liberal socialism. If they both achieve the distributive goal, then they are both just, even if different from one another in form. The brilliance of this move is that it finally liberates discussions of justice from the completely intractable and rather ridiculous discussion of property. Under Rawls and the traditionally spawns, the property system component of justice is purely secondary matter, something that can be constructed in multiple ways, something that which is really only justified derivatively. Anyways,
criticizing in our current government. It's not a bunch of elites are stopping us from progressing. It's
hopefully that clears up Bruneg's view. Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand, he's overall. First wrote Rawls some years ago, and I did so on my own. Never had a class professor teaching a book. Later, I would engage with those who had learned Rawls in a class. I was shocked to find that he was regarded as merely the proponent of welfare state capitalism. It's apparently how he's taught. I learned something quite different, something much closer to this article outlines. Rawls spent a significant chunk of his magnum opus describing a social system that is compatible with this theory of justice. How you read that, and how you take away that he's a Democratic Party partisan, I will never know. He's not necessarily anti-capitalist, as he provides for a possible society where capitalism is present. That still coheres with his theory, but as the authors point out in the above article, the capitalist incarnation of his theory requires widely dispersed wealth ownership, not merely food stamps and social security. I should read John Rawls. I haven't actually read that much of Rawls's original stuff. I've read like quotes in other articles, but I don't think I've read his original stuff beyond that. My consumption of Brunei. Productive contribution grounds desert. Ownership is not productive, therefore ownership. Okay, so that is the internal critique he's saying under the view that many desert theorists take, that productive contribution in the ways that people like John Locke and other people define it grounds desert. Under that view, many capital gains, many of the income streams that your assets generate, that does not follow from the view that many desert theorists have. But he does not believe that. He does not believe that by nature of it not being ownership, not being productive, therefore you are not entitled to that. That's not my reading. Is that is not his belief. He is simply stating, under a given view of desert theory, whatever, it doesn't follow that capital gains are justified, essentially, or a just distribution. But under his view, my conception of his view is that he believes essentially what is a just distribution is, I mean, even here, like he's referring to what Rawls said or whatever, but obviously in a positive way. He believes what is a just distribution is essentially some Rawlsian conception of what you would do behind the veil of ignorance, with sort of a larger amount of consideration being paid to the people at the bottom of the distribution, the people who are like the worst off, right? Some Rawlsian conception of prioritarianism and egalitarianism, right? That is his conception of what a just distribution is, and under that conception of what a just distribution is, he doesn't believe that capital gains are necessarily just, or that labor income is necessarily just. He thinks that you could achieve the just distribution in multiple ways, but there is a just distribution of income outside of the context of property rights. Desert is not a factor to Brunei. He's only talking about an article to refute it. Yeah, exactly. It's an internal critique. If I have an internal critique of a theory, I'm not committed to like having a given view on like whether I'm trying to think of an analogy, but you're not committed to taking like a broader view than just that just based on an internal critique. Like, I don't think Brunei is committed to saying that he doesn't believe you don't deserve profits by nature of it not being productive. I think he's just committed to saying that if it is, true, or he's committed to saying it is true that ownership is not productive in the way that desert theorists care about, productivity, and therefore under their theory, it fails to justify this stream of income, right? But he's not saying that his belief is that by nature of that being the case, he doesn't believe it's justified. Because again, like desert theorists believe that labor income is just. Brunei does not believe that labor income is like innately or inherently just in the same way they do. He believes that there exists a just distribution outside of that. Which is why you will see him argue where, for example, Yarn Brook that, you know, you are not entitled to your labor income. A lot of his debate with Yoren Brook was about not capital income, but labor income. Why you are not entitled to your labor income, because there are things like natural inputs, because there exists a just distribution outside of it. I don't think he touched on that much in the Yoren Brook debate, but I'm intentionally critiquing my own diet right now. This article specifically rebuts the conception you have. Yeah, the radical. We should maybe read this whole thing. Martin O'Neill and Thad Williamson had an article in the Boston Review outlining some of the radical components of Rawls' philosophy. The short thesis is, to treat Rawls as simply a defender of the Democratic Party liberalism and a welfare state, as he is widely regarded, is to misread him. The authors then go on to explain Rawls' views on political freedom, property owning, democracy, and so on. You should read the whole thing. It is a great read because it takes the conventional wisdom on the conventional wisdom on Rawls. I first read Rawls years ago, and I did so on my own, never in a class with a professor teaching the book. Later, I would engage with those who had learned Rawls in a class, and I was shocked to find that they regarded him as merely a proponent of welfare state capitalism, or Democratic Party liberalism as described here. This is apparently how he's taught. Reading him in my own bubble outside guidance, I got something quite different from Rawls, something much closer to what this article outlines. Rawls spends a significant chunk of his magnum opus describing a social system that is compatible with this theory of justice. How you read that and take away he's a Democratic Party partisan, I will never know. He's not necessarily anti-capitalist, as he provides for a possible society where capitalism is still present, that still coheres with his theory. But as the authors point out in the above article, the capitalist incarnation of the theory requires widely dispersed wealth ownership, not merely food stamps and social security. In my view, Rawls' most radical move here is also his most understated. Sure, he goes into all sorts of institutional regimes, talks about political liberty, and all the big topics folks care about, but really the crucial move for Rawls is his departure from the liberal tradition of treating property rights or property systems as something which are internally justified. That is, the tradition preceded him, largely took the issue of property to be something interrogated a priori by itself. Rawls instead declares property systems to be justified externally by their relationship to an overall system that satisfies the demands of distributive justice. And like, this is, to be clear, like he is defining Rawls' theory here, but I think it is quite clear both from his phrasing and all of our general understanding of the type of person Matt Brunig is that his views closely align with this. That his views, you know, again, with Rawls as his profile picture on Twitter, his views are pretty close to that of John Rawls here. And in the debates he engages in. So instead of abstractly reasoning about the mechanics of property rights, Rawls first figures out what is distributively just, and then he uses that determination as a standard to measure whether a given property scheme is just. That is why Rawls can have multiple property systems. I'm going to read this.
A universal basic income seems...
Shut up, O'Connor boy.
Threatens. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for having me.
For sure. Zohran, let's go ahead and start with you. In about a minute or so, does society have a moral obligation to assist non-workers and both free?
To rally these fundamentals, which and someone
is freedom is authoritarian.
The idea here is that the institutions involved in the
Right, Matt. Welfare is a lack of freedom, is authoritarian. What is your response?
Yeah, I mean, so this is the non-aggression principle style argument against welfare. The idea here is that the institutions involved in the welfare state, the tax and transfer program, involve coercion and force are bad. Therefore, the welfare state is bad. problem, obviously, with this form of argument is that it would apply to every institution in the economy. The economy fundamentally is a way of allocating scarce goods, right? Distributing scarce goods. And every distribution you can come up with trades off with some other potential distribution. And people disagree about what the appropriate distribution is. And so if you happen to find yourself in disagreement with the distribution that your economy is using, you always experience that as force or coercion. Whether it actually is force or coercion requires you to actually dig a little deeper and ask yourself, what are people owed, right? So let me take a step back here and make the argument that under Mr. Brooks, sorry, under Mr. Brooks' reasoning here, if you don't mind, Yarden's argument here would knock out property itself, right? So let's take a step back.
So do you see what he's doing there? He's saying what we should really be doing is starting from what we think is a just distribution of income, and then seeing whether our systems, or of income or utility or wealth, yada yada yada, political power, all the margins on which equality and such might matter. We should be starting with what is a just distribution, and from there be reasoning about what systems align with that or don't align with that. And then he says the issue with Yarden's theory is that under his own standards, it would wipe out property itself. In order to not do that, he's going to say you need to go beyond the a priori reasoning about property and such. You need to justify why property exists based on what a just distribution is outside of like the property rights and stuff that Yarden talks about. Fun fact, Matt Bruneck took out a PPP loan for his one employee LLC and never paid it back. Based Chad, like a true social democrat.
Involve coercion and
Demsoc.
Force, and coercion and force are bad. Therefore, the welfare state is bad. The problem, obviously, with this form of argument is that it would apply to every institution in the economy. The economy fundamentally is a way of allocating scarce goods, right? Distributing scarce goods. And every distribution you can come up with trades off with some other potential distribution. And people disagree about what the appropriate distribution is. And so if you happen to find yourself in disagreement with the distribution that your economy is using, you always experience that as force or coercion. Whether it actually is force or coercion requires you to actually dig a little deeper and ask yourself, what are people owed, right? So let me take a step back here and make the argument that under Mr. Brooks, sorry. Under Mr. Brooks' reasoning here, if you don't mind, Yarden's argument here would knock out property itself, right? So let's take a step back. In the beginning, nothing is owned, obviously, just exists.
And I believe here he talks about labor income. He doesn't talk about capital income.
In the world, no one has owned anything. And then at some point, something becomes owned, by which it means that you can use violence to expel other people from it. That's force and coercion. If those people don't agree, then you use violence to enforce that upon them. So if we were to take this to its logical end, then just the institutions of property themselves need to be discarded. They are antithetical to human life. I don't know where else he wants to go with it, right? But like if that's,
I think he starts with like an appeal to like natural inputs in an orange tree. I think they get to that in a second.
You're just going to annihilate everything. I think what happens in this debate, and I don't want to jump the gun too much here, is we're going to end up debating about entitlement. So what Yarden is probably doing here, just because I've seen this 100 times, is he has a certain sense of what people are entitled to, and then anything that deviates from that, the institutions that are used to enforce that deviation, is seen as violence and force and coercion. But people disagree on what people are entitled to, right? So in the same way that he might see the welfare state as force and coercion, I would see a lack of welfare state as force and coercion. Why? Because a lack of a welfare state requires the use of force and coercion to prevent people from getting what they are entitled to. So, I guess what I would say is we need a little bit more from saying it involves force and coercion, right? Or maybe Yarden and I can join hands here, and the first thing we will do is we can repeal all the property laws and contract laws across all the countries of the world, and make sure that no force is involved in the administration of those particular institutions, and see what happens. That would be full human flourishing, because it would be the lack of force and coercion that Yarden says is so key.
Yeah, I've seen Matt make this argument before that it's the property owner that is coercing me with how we arrange the market.
Assumes that property just exists. It comes into being, and the whole definition of the economy is a wrong definition of economy. An economy is not concerned with distributing scarce goods. That is a fallacy. Goods don't just exist. They don't just happen to be around us. Goods are produced and created. Somebody has to act in order to produce goods, in order to create stuff. Life is a process of action. Life is a process of production. And if you don't produce, you have nothing. You literally have nothing. So so an economy is the process of production and trade. That's what an economy is, and that's what economy studies. Economics is the field that studies production and trade. So
if I remember this debate correctly, what Yarden here is saying is, to some degree, analogous to what you're saying. He's saying, things don't just exist. You have to produce them or whatever, and Yarden is essentially making an argument that, like, by nature of you producing them or whatever, that grants you some entitlement over those resources and such. What's up, Wampa Stampa? And what Brunegg is going to do is he gives some, I think he just starts by giving some reductios to that theory, saying, well, this is what that would imply, and that seems unintuitive.
Where does property come from? Property doesn't just come from, it's not a starting point. Property is that which one produces, that which one gains through one's own effort, through one's own work. That is, property is a product of human mind, human action, the human need to survive and to thrive and to flourish. There is no flourishing without property. There are no goods without property. The goods are the things that are being produced. And therefore, if you abandon property, well, what you get is anarchy, which is, I guess, Matt, is what he supports. But what anarchy is what the common person knows what anarchy is. Anarchy is a state of war. Anarchy is a state in which there are no goods. Or if there are goods, the force is being used between individuals in order to partake in that property, and gangs roam around stealing from one another.
Risk by definition results in people who undertake identical risk receiving different rewards. Brunegg argues this means that compensated for risk is incompatible with their theory. You agree, right? So, yeah, basically, he's saying, I want to say that, like, I'm not certain, like, Bruneg believes there aren't any, like, conceptions or, like, more moderated views of desert theory that are not, that aren't incompatible with that, right? But what he's doing there, I agree. Yes, he's making an internal critique. He's saying, by the standards of desert theory, it does not justify capital income because the ways they try to justify it, for example, by taking a risk, actually lead to different outcomes, even though people take identical risks, right? That is his argument. But his argument there is about entitlement, his internal critique about what people are entitled to. He's not missing. Yes, the problem is that the internal critique is incorrect. But that's not, wait. That, to be clear, is I think, total retreat from your earlier position. If your problem is simply that his internal critique does not actually apply to desert theory, that seems different than saying that these people are, like, envious. These people believe that only labor creates value. These people, like, don't understand, like, what makes us productive and such. There, it seems like you're agreeing the disagreement. You're agreeing with what I said earlier. The disagreement with many of these people, not all of them. There are some people who labor theory value or some, like, watered down, progressive, woke, modern day version of it. But it seems like there you're saying the disagreement is about entitlement, and you can and you could, again, I don't disagree. I don't agree with Matt Bruneg on the issue of entitlement, right? So I understand. I can understand disagreeing with him. It's fine to agree with him, but you're disagreeing about entitlement. Left-wingers is a whole game, but seizing the spoils of what capitalists created and being extremely ignorant of how it was created in the first place. It doesn't seem to me that, like, Bruneg is ignorant of how it was created in the first place or whatever. And I don't think many leftists are ignorant of how it was created in the first place. I think they have disagreements about whether, by nature of them being created in a given way, people are therefore entitled to that income. That was an earlier thing. Or believe in a warped form of LTV, which is idiotic. I don't think that's the case there, because this is all, again, this is about entitlement. If the issue is simply that his internal critique is, like, not valid, that doesn't get you to, that gets you to my point, which is that it's a disagreement about what people are entitled to. Which is, luckily, a future is going to be handed to people like you on the left and right. We're all going to be poorer as a result. This whole quote about greed, it's always very president. I don't know exactly what quote you're referring to. If I just look up. Old greed quote. Never understand why it's greed to want to eat. I'm assuming you mean this, but this is not. This is a disagreement about entitlement. This boils down, I think, to a disagreement about entitlement. The position Bruneg would take is that it is not someone else's money here. It's not like they're not entitled to that money. They're not entitled to that claim on output, essentially. Or is it ownership itself? It's not a particular activity, so owners do not morally deserve return simply because they own assets. So that is the internal critique, but it's not what he personally believes. The central Marxian intuition is if ownership itself produces nothing, then ownership alone cannot justify receiving income. Like, that is, I think, not a fair conception of what Bruneg believes.
Now, and that is human existence. The idea of property rights is a massive human achievement. And it is an achievement that brings us stability and peace, and it's and progress and creativity. It's an achievement that at some level, some implicit level, almost every society has. And once the society has an advanced conception of property, as Western societies have had at least since John Locke, that leads to massive economic growth and massive economic prosperity, and everybody, literally everybody, is better off. No.
Oh, he's just talking right there.
But that's a different thing from property, right?
Creating and building and making and achieving.
So goods and services are produced, certainly. But that's a different thing from property, right? Property is the institution.
Like, even he's acknowledging goods and services are produced. I understand, like, there are, in some sense, like, productive activities that go to producing these things, but this is different than entitlement. It's different than what property rights, like, enforce.
That's used to say this belongs to this person, this belongs to that person, right? If I produce something, it doesn't necessarily mean that I get to exclude it from other people. That's an institution. Now, maybe you agree with that institution, but the jumping off point for the debate was you saying you're against force, you're against force, you're against force. Right. Well, I mean, quite obviously, if I go walk into the grocery store over here and pull something off the shelf, I walk on out, and then someone tackles me. You stole this. Well, who's done the force? I've not done any force. I haven't touched anybody. Of
course you have.
They touched me.
Of course you have.
Who did I use force on?
I mean, it is funny to assume that force only entails touching one another. There are many ways in which we can force one another. Force
entails. What did I force anyone to do? Any human being to do? I didn't tell anyone to do anything. I didn't threaten anyone to do it. I literally just moved an object.
Yeah,
not a person. Not a person. Just
an object that wasn't yours. You're inverting hierarchy.
Why wasn't it mine? Because the law, right? The force of the state.
You didn't produce it. Forget the law. You did not produce it. So I grew the orange. Wait. I grew the orange.
And you see, Bernick saying, you know, what force is contingent upon what you think is a just distribution of resources.
Oranges, because I grew the orange and I've accumulated oranges. They are my oranges. This is the origin of property. The origin of property is something I produced that now I get to control. When you take...
And then Zohran is saying it's a just distribution of property by nature of, you know, people getting what they themselves produce.
Take something of mine that I produced. You are using force against me.
Well, you see how we've moved into entitlement here, right? So first it was I'm against force, I'm against coercion.
And then now Bernick is pointing that out.
I give you an example where, in a kind of literal sense, I didn't use any force, but the property enforcer used force against me. And then you go, oh, that's not actually force because it was forced used in a way that is consistent with my theory of entitlement. What's my theory of entitlement? My theory of entitlement is if you produce it, it belongs to you, and you can use force to keep everyone else away from it. So force and coercion has fallen out. It's not a theory of entitlement. The theory of entitlement is a desert-based theory of entitlement that says if I produce it, it belongs to me. And that's okay, and I'm happy to chip in there. I'll let you talk here. But that is force and coercion is gone. You're just saying, just like everyone else, you're willing to use violence to make sure that people get...
All right, now, always remember, support the Shrimp Buffer Project. That's true. That's true. Might be a bit of a dead horse here, I know. I'm just triggered.
On this desert-based theory of if you produce it, it's yours, and then that's it, right? But then we will go into that question of whether that desert-based theory is a good one. But I'll let you talk.
Desert-based theory is the only theory there is. Every other theory is a theory that negates morality. So again, if you set up morality as that which is required for human life,
and I think some of the responses he has to Zohran about the theory of entitlement are analogous to labor income.
There's some conceptual confusion here, where you are defining force by referring back to your theory of entitlement. I know you don't like that word, but your theory of desert. You're saying force is anything that... Grab an example. Okay. Only if we do that, in which case that's fine, but then what they produce. This is the sort of labor desert idea.
No, I mean, stop this a second. Nobody owes anything to anybody. Nobody owes...
And produces. Now, you're an economist, you're somewhat similar, I don't know exactly, but you know about the production function, right? We've got a lot of inputs go into output. And one of those inputs, of course, is nature. And the orange tree is a good example of this, right? We got the sun, we got water, we got soil. None of that is produced. That actually is what then goes in and makes the material of the orange. All physical items are made up of material that no human being produced. So who is entitled to those physical items? Now I know you're going to say, hey, we add value on top of the basic raw materials. Sure, okay, fine. But the raw materials still are there. I don't consent to you being able to use those raw materials. You didn't ask me. And so how can you be entitled to them? You don't produce them.
But they're not yours. They're
not mine. They're not yours. It says...
and this is an internal critique about what desert theory is actually justifying. If the claim is that by nature of someone producing it, they are entitled to it. Well, the natural inputs they did not produce, yet it seems like they are entitled to it in the real world or under markets.
Proudhon says...
Why does Bernick believe in higher capital gains taxes? From my understanding, because he believes that a just distribution of wealth is a much more equal distribution of wealth than we have now, by nature of the fact that, you know, from a sort of Rawlsian veil of ignorance perspective, the well-being of those who are the worse off would be maximized much better with higher capital gains taxes compared to the status quo.
They should belong to their producer. Who produced them? God. Therefore, proprietor retire, right? That was the whole sort of Christian idea at the time, right? But
I don't believe in God.
I understand, but you know what I'm saying. You don't produce any of the material substrate.
It's stuck here. Have you not read Rawls?
By what right do you exclude me from that?
You didn't produce it either. And I've taken the material of reality and I've reshaped it to produce something new.
I don't want you to have the input. I don't even want you to have the input. I want to use it. But I can't now because now you put it into a tree, a house or something.
You can deny me the inputs and we go to war and whoever wins will have the inputs. I mean, that's, you've relegated human beings to the level of animals where we are challenging. Now, the way I define inputs is, the way I gain ownership over inputs is by using them. Once I use those inputs, they become mine. And once that's the way we define a property over land. Once I fence it off and cultivate it, it becomes mine. It is the cultivation, it's the use of those inputs that makes those inputs mine and no longer yours. And
suppose I disagree. I say, hey, no, that's not your input. Like, let's give land a good example here. You start growing stuff on it, and I come in with my buddies and we start playing frisbee, and you say, hey, you can't play frisbee here. It's my land. And I'm like, well, says who? Like, well, I started using it. I'm like, I don't care. I've always been playing. I wanted to play frisbee here. Did you make the land? No. Okay, so what's the deal? And all you have in response is you go, well, if we don't just basically just pretend that whoever used it first has some entitlement to it, then it'll cause lots of conflict. Sure, right? We all have to go along with rules in order to avoid conflict. But what is the moral reason why?
Moral reason,
which no human being created.
Moral reason.
You get to exclusively use it. And if I go and just dare to walk on it, you get to attack me.
I took these resources and I reshaped them. I did something with them. That makes them mine. That is what I
disagree.
That's what you disagree, and therefore we will fight over it. And if we can't form a society, in which we can agree that what is mine, what I create is mine, and what you create is yours, then we are in a society in which we're in constant warfare. And I would argue that the warfare state is to some extent such a society. We're in constant warfare because we've not accepted what's mine and what's yours, and we're constantly trying to convince enough people to vote to take your stuff and give it to me, and to take my stuff and give it to you. And that's a state of warfare that civilization should be seeking in order to avoid. And the moral claim is that in order to live in society, we have to define rights. I mean, I can say the same. Look, I don't like you. Let's say I don't like you. You know, I haven't met you, but I don't like you. So I decide to shoot you.
Sure.
So what?
So that would be violence against a person, right? And I get you saying, oh, well, I don't care.
Why is violence against a person?
Right, so here's what I want to do.
Violence against a person, and violence against the work, the effort, the product of what a person has created. If we are beings that need to create in order to survive, we can't survive without creating stuff, then isn't the product that I create part of who I am? And therefore violence against me is the same as violence against the stuff that I created in order for myself to thrive and succeed as a human being. So you're committing violence against me by stealing my orange because you're committing violence against the stuff that I have created that is necessary for my survival,
natural inputs in order to produce stuff. Therefore, when you go and you unilaterally grab natural need to live, this is the point so hard because your reaction is to say, okay, look, if you don't like the fact that I can initially appropriate things that I never produced, which does seem to be a little bit at odds with my whole kind of theory of moral desert, that would be a proposition for everyone. How about this? I'll let you appropriate that land. You can produce things, whatever. In exchange, I want to create a rule where a second rule, right? So the first rule is you get first come first serve on natural resources. The second rule is we're going to.
I said Bruno was a Marxist. That's not a correct summary of what I said. I said he implicitly adopts a similar moral premise. So I don't even think it's the case that he adopts a similar moral premise, because I think the internal critique is just that, an internal critique. It's not an expression of his position. It is a expression of, given a position he does not hold, given this other position that he holds by nature, and that he thinks it is true that I need to there's to be clear, there's the, oh shit, hold on. This is this first line, this is the desert theory, okay? And he's saying, if this is the case, then if this is also true, and he believes it to be true, this being assets not being productive in the desert sense, this is if this is true, that undermines the first position, but he's not committed to holding this position himself personally, because he has an entirely different theory of entitlement, which is the Rawlsian conception of it, right? And I think in some sense it's similar, kind of. It's more similar than other ethical theories to a Marxist premise, but there's a big split between the Rawlsians and Marxians, because Marx was not interested as much in a moral critique of capitalism. Marx was interested in a more mechanistic model of capitalism, and even when Marx used the term exploitation, that was simply just him saying under his model of surplus value, workers don't get the full value of their labor in the Marxian surplus value sense. But that wasn't even a moral critique of capitalism, right? There's a split between the people who believe that and the Rawlsians who are much more interested in a sort of moral critique of capitalism, and aren't just interested in the mechanical kind of model that Marx had there. This more specifically rejects that the LVT is a moral notion. LVT is intended to be a definition. Yes, yeah.
Contribute to a general pot, make sure everyone...
Yes, I understand he doesn't believe in desert theory. Okay. But I think, again, my point is that it's a bit of an unfair characterization to say that Brunig or many of the progressives don't understand these types of things or are envious of these things or whatever, of wealth and such. I think a lot of the disagreement is about entitlement. It's about who is entitled to what. The disagreement is not about like not them being envious. It is not them just misunderstanding where wealth comes from necessarily, or where, like, what profits and prices represent. Some of it is that sometimes that I talk to people who have those misunderstandings. A lot of it is what entitles people to what.
Has kind of their basic needs met so that no one dies as a function of that initial exclusion. And then I say, just come to me. We'll meet in the middle on this. We'll have a good society. You can have your land. Everyone will be taken care of. And then I won't fight you about it.
Yeah, but of course you'll fight me about it, right? Because why would you want that minimal? That minimal is always going to increase. It always has.
We'll fight particulars, but the basic structure we can agree to.
We'll constantly fight. It's we've done this. This is exactly kind of the trade-off that we have in the world today, and it's a disaster. But what's striking to me is how obsessed you are with land, and how obsessed you are with this idea that nothing is done on this land. It's some kind of natural resource that somebody took. When that is all just bizarre. Human beings use the land. It is the use of the land. Indeed, we have even today in our laws that if you stop using land, you ban it.
Yeah. Okay. Don't eat dead horses and such. Oh my god. Okay. Bro, I don't care about this. Alright. I'm gonna read and maybe play Overwatch. And maybe have sex with your mother. Owned. All right, redirect. Add Deltarune Shirley. I haven't played the any of the Deltarune chapters. My mother is dead. Like that's gonna stop me. Like that can stop me. Don't clip that. Okay, head over to Tomfoolery on YouTube. And on Twitch, head over to the Horseradish. Okay. I should stream again either tomorrow or the day after, I believe. I'm gonna try to reach out to at least that one guy from Instagram, maybe some other people to set up a debate. Yeah, live streaming. Love to you guys watch me stream. I'll see y'all later. Like, subscribe, share, Prime subs, YouTube jewels, etc., etc., etc. See y'all later. Appreciate it.